All right, I'll be back in a few minutes for the open. All right, good morning. I hope everyone is doing well out there. Well, today is going to be a day that I do a hard thing. So, one of the hard things on my list is not trading. Another one is watching only every 5 minutes and figuring out, let me adjust this thing real quick. Another one's only really peeking in every 5 minutes. So most of my trading is based exclusively on the 5-minute bar. And so for probably 18 months now, I've had the idea that what if I just came back and watched every bar a minute, maybe 45 seconds before it closes? How would I trade? What would I see in the market then if I were committed to doing something like that? So today, that is what I'm going to be doing. Let me pull up the daily real quick. Had a very large down day yesterday. Buyers came in, bought us right back up. We're currently right at 60, so we are, way up here. Looking at the daily chart. And looks like overnight session with that news that came out got as high as 70. So it put us right up to here. So definitely had some buyers come in. Let's look at NQ. Should look pretty similar. We did have that nice break. I was watching the hourly. We got below that. Oh, it was like 350s. I think it was like 357 I was watching on NQ. Had a really nice sell-off. So this week I've committed to not placing any trades, simply just observing price action, not having any emotion attached to what the market does, because the market doesn't have any emotion attached to what it does, right? So this is another day where I won't be trading, but I will be observing and just staying calm, cool, peaceful. And really for me, it comes down to just getting better at best practices. So market's about to open. I'm going to let it do its thing. So I wonder what I should have here if that isn't up, because I'm going to try to have the screen go blank. Maybe we'll just go to, I know this might be, it's going to be boring, I'm sorry, but maybe anyone who is watching, you might make your own notes and kind of compare them to mine, and we'll go from there. So let's see here. We've got another, make sure my clock is synced up. Looks like I'm just a few seconds off, but it shouldn't be too bad. So for the open, we'll go to Maybe the logo, maybe check-in. We'll go to check-in. I'll have some other stuff up on the screen during the day. Maybe make some notes and all that. So I'm gonna blank this. Need to blank my screen out too. Get rid of this one. So something I've found is that less is more, meaning that for me personally, again, I trade a lot based off the 5-minute chart. It takes a lot of patience. However, when I get a good setup, it's usually something I can sink my teeth into. I do a lot of waiting. I do a lot of just doing nothing. And the thought for me is that the less that I have up, right? I mean, if I've got this chart up and that indicator and this indicator, and I'm watching this and watching that, if me personally, if I have too many things up, I can make a case for anything, right? I mean, if I want to get long and I've got 20 different things I'm looking at, I can make a case to get long. If I want to get short and I've got 15 different things I'm looking at all at once, I'm trying to decipher, right? I can make a case for why I should get short that market. So for me, it's been important and it's been good to just kind of peel things back over the years, to take out, to look at less and less and less. Thinking that if I'm watching, and of course I look at the daily, of course I look at the hour chart, even the minute chart at times, I'll kind of glance over at it. I usually don't have it up and running, but if I can have less that I'm leaning on and just make it simple, the simpler I can make it, the more I feel like I can have a good assessment of where I'm right and where I'm wrong. So that is what we're doing. Let's see, we're 2 minutes into the day. So the list of my hard things are, this is my first week back. It's Thursday. I do apologize for the lack of consistency. After this first week, I want to kind of nail down a time when I'm going to start. It'll be anywhere between, I would think, like 8:15, maybe 8:20, 8:25, something like that. I'll have some prep, obviously, that I do before that, but certainly there's enough time during the day where we can talk about price action. More importantly, though, there'll be enough time during the day that we can talk about our emotions, our feelings, my psychology, your psychology, what are some best practices, things like that. So again, I want this channel to focus on doing things that are hard, because inevitably, as we trade, there are going to be parts to it that are very hard, right? One is, taking a loss. One is being disciplined. One is being disciplined when you're right and the train leaves without you. You're still at the station. You think, man, that thing's gone. And I want to get on. I want to get involved. Let me just jump in here. Let me do something. It's hard to have restraint and to not do that. So I feel like whether we choose to do hard things or whether we don't, hard things are going to come our way. So we might as well take the path of most resistance. We might as well do the things that are hard in the upfront so that those hard things become easier and easier and easier. So that's what I'm hoping to do with this channel, and we'll see how it goes. It's all one big experiment, right? But it should be fun. So the list of my hard things are not trading. Actually, let me get back to my list. I'm going to pull up the chart. Let me figure out which one it is here. All right, looks like we've got a minute left. So we'll kind of we'll watch the last minute of this thing. Oh, sorry. Charts. There we go. I've got to hit 2 buttons on my screen. So mentally, I know where we're at during the day, or on the daily. Got a little gap here. Thinking bulls or bears might want to try to close it. I'm sorry for the lag too. I've got a buddy coming in who's more familiar with YouTube and Discord today, so he might be helping me with stuff regarding lag issues. All right, we'll watch how this bar closes, and then I'll shut her back down. We'll kind of make an assessment based on what the bar is doing. Go from there. All right, so let's shut that off. Go back to there. There we go. Again, I'm sorry. Oh, did I totally? Okay, there it is. It's the last one. I'm sorry if this is boring. I do apologize. Let me get back to my list. So the things that I want to do that are hard. 1, not trading, just observing. Secondly, what I'm doing today, just watching every few minutes, or watching for the last minute of a bar's close and taking notes. Third thing, holding winners to target. Sometimes I'll scale into a position. Sometimes I'll be in, all out. Sometimes I'll try to hold a runner. A lot of times I don't hold to target, and I want to get better at doing that. Another thing that's hard for me is searching for a trade versus letting one just present itself. So again, this is something that's helped me kind of pare down and use less tools, less indicators, so to speak, because the more things I have up on my screen, the more I can be searching for what should I do? What should I do? How should I act? Where should I get involved? Versus my best trades are the ones that take the least amount of mental capital. They're the ones that I don't have to think too hard about. They're just pretty simple. And even if I get stopped out, if I like the same trade a few minutes later, 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, it's something I want to get better at, just jumping right back in, getting involved. Another hard thing for me is adding to winners. And then I think an important part with this is that in watching the market and just watching and observing, we can get wrapped up in, I want to be active, I want to do something, I want to make money right now. But we have to take what the market is giving us. So not all days are created equal. Days are different when it comes to trading, and it's important that we do it on the market's time frame. So those are a list of some of my hard things. Also, I want to get better at trading more efficiently. So I've had weeks and even months in the past where, so if you were here on the first day with me, I shared how my first month trading all 20 of my PA accounts after taking the summer off, it was August 19th. First month was really good, but I did overtrade quite a bit. I put on more trades than I wanted to, and looking at my analysis at the end of the month. And so for September 19th through October 19th, I thought I want to trade quite a bit less. I want to trade half as much and be more selective. Well, I didn't. In fact, I traded just as much during that time. And for that month, I gave back a good amount of the earnings that I had made in the first month. And it wasn't any like one horrible day. It was just a lot of little give backs and just over trading. So again, I want to commit to trading less, being more selective, and this channel is going to be for some people. It probably will not be for most people. There's a lot of kind of like entertainment, and I'm hoping that this channel can be more edutainment, or maybe even education, if I dare say that. So let me switch back here. We'll get to the charts. Let me pop this one up. We'll watch the last minute. Oh, wrong chart. Pardon me. There we go. I don't know if you can see my timer here. I've got a large clock up on the wall. It's a digital clock, and it counts down. It holds things to the second. But I've got a little timer down here. So on my chart, it shows 30 seconds right now until this bar is done. I'm going to exit out of here in just a second too once this one closes. All right, that's off. That's the one. Okay. So I was talking about trading efficiently. So after looking at my stats for the first month, I realized that I want to be a more efficient trader. I want to take better setups, and it means that I'm going to trade less. Really, the fear that I have is that, well, if I'm not trading often, then maybe when a really good trade comes along, I'm not going to have the gumption. I'm not going to have what it takes to just place the trade. And I've realized over time that that's just not true. So I think it's almost like before you play a sport, it's kind of like, I want to be warmed up. I want to be loose. I want to be involved. I want to be engaged. But I've noticed for myself personally, the more I'm engaged, if I don't have like real strong conviction about something, the more that I lose objectivity, and the more I can even just not see clearly what's going on. So just a little for what it's worth. So for me, I'll ask myself, what does it look like to trade efficiently? It looks like reinforcing good habits every day. It looks like being satisfied, being content with building those good habits, with reinforcing good habits. So I've got this little, let's see if you can see it, this little jar right here. I don't think you can see it. There we go. I've got just some little wood pegs that I put in there. I've got a big box of wood pegs. I've had them forever. I was looking for something small like marbles or jacks or paper clips or something, but I came across these in my garage. And I thought, you know what? Every day that I become closer to the ideal trader that I want to be, I'm going to put a peg in here. And so as time goes on, I'm going to have this on my desk. I start the morning off with it right in front of me. I come into the office, look at it, and see this guy. And so I'm reminded that, hey, you are on track. You're doing things that are hard and moving in the right direction. And so this will be, I think, a good practice for me. And I think that would be applicable to, so even my mentor, a gentleman who has traded for over 2 decades. I really like his approach because even though he's a seasoned trader, he's an experienced trader, he's good at taking winners and losers, he remains a student of the market, right? He's humble, and I like that. I like the fact that there's a lot of gurus online who can show us charts and support and resistance after the fact and talk about great trades, but it's another thing to do it in real time, and it's another thing to do it day in and day out consistently. And one of the things I don't like about prop firms with the resetting, I mean, they're great and they're a great option, but the way that it's set up, it lends itself to having the people using them not be reinforcing good habits. So I'll get to that in a second as we check our chart. Almost ready. So you already felt trading at times was like watching paint dry. Try the 5-minute challenge with NoFomo trading. Try that one. All right, here we are. Now we do have, I believe we have some news coming up at the top of the hour. I haven't looked much over. I haven't referenced overnight since the open. I looked at it briefly. Looks like 70 was our high for the overnight. Being that we're right in the middle of all this, I'm really not too concerned about overnight, because the bulk of our volume is going to be put in during yesterday, and then the bulk of the volume will be developing during the day today. Again, Maybe it's not how you trade. It's just how I trade personally. Less things for me to look at. All right, there's that bar. Done. Let's go. Let's do hard things. Let's go. Let's get it. So anyways, want to get in the practice of being satisfied with reinforcing good habits, being satisfied with building good habits and that alone, being satisfied with doing things that are hard. Another thing I'm committed to and I've been doing is tracking days in a month where I see good setups. So I've started in my journal here. You know, there's some days that I'm just not seeing it, or I'm not in sync with the market. What a shame then if on those days, if you're someone who's trading or aspiring to trade, on the days where you're least in tune, you're least in sync, it would be horrible to lose a large amount or to blow up your account on a day where you're just not reading things right, correct? If it's a day where you're just not seeing it, which that happens to everyone, some more than others. But I would think within a month, I've just started keeping track. What are the days? How many days are there where I feel like I really have a good idea of what's going on? And maybe even I don't have a good idea for the whole day, but maybe there's a segment of the day. Maybe there's part of the day where I see something, watching my 5-minute bar chart, I see something pop up, I get involved, and I've got a great trade. So far, I started this October 8th, I've got 5 days, which it's a lot for me. I've got the 8th, the 9th, the 15th, the 16th, and then yesterday, the 23rd. Had a good idea of what was going on. I'm going to make a note here and put it up. Pardon me just for a moment. Put a note up and just let anyone who comes on know that we're doing a little test, right? Watching every 5 minutes. All right. All right. Let's see. We're almost ready for this one. Oh, wrong one here. Hold on. Okay. Watching our bars. We got another 35 seconds to go on this bar until it's closed. Close her down. And let me try something here. Go back to our check-in. I'll have this on the screen. Let's see. Need to put something on there. Bear with me, I'm just prepping this, prepping my little note here for people that do come on, all 2 of them. That's all right. Let me add something here. Got our news coming out in about 8.5 minutes. I might have to figure that out later. Well, right now we'll get back. Let's run through our questions here. We'll ask ourselves, what is the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? Are you calm and easy? Are you relaxed? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? How would you rate it? So yes or no, and then would it be an A, a B, or a C? If it's a C, maybe you stay out. Maybe you go in like 1/8 of the size. Maybe it's not even worth it if you're going in that small. I don't know. Can you identify a stop in a tight area? Yes or no? So I used to, like a lot of traders, used to look for falling knives, and I think, boy, I like it at 85 to get long. I like it at 72 to get long. I like it at 63 to get long. And it would be coming down there, right? And you'd just be adding. And you figure, if you can't identify a stop, at least an area, then you probably shouldn't be involved. Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? And then lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? So this has been something that's helped me to just kind of come back to center and to do, best practices. All right, let's pull up a chart. There we go. All right. So currently for me, not a whole lot to get excited about. We are putting in some support here at this 42 level. This bar is pushing up nicely. But nothing that I see that, gets me real excited to do something one way or the other, pardon me. We'll put this guy down in here. Let's see. Slide this guy right here. There we go. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this guy. Exit out. We'll leave that right there. Let me see. All right, so our news is coming out. Here another 5 minutes. I'm going to try to get an image in here. So I'd like to put that up display capture. All right, I think I got it here. 5 minutes. Oh, there we go. Very nice. All right, got another 2 minutes until this news comes out. Let's go to, let me, let's go to image, edit assistant. There we go. All right. That's killing the label a little bit, but or the logo, but I think that'll work. Cool. Let's see. All right. All right, here's what we're working with so far. Got our news coming out. Got some resistance here at 70. Certainly some support down here at the 30 area. So today maybe we stay somewhere between that range. We'll watch and see. We got news coming in a few seconds here. I'm going to exit out of this just before the news. Right? All right, I'm gonna exit that guy. Stay here. Alrighty. Let's go to our check-in. So a few things with me. I won't trade pre-market news. I don't trade news at all. But I don't trade pre-market news at 7:30 Central Time. For me, there's just not enough data to watch, and it just doesn't work for me. And then I won't trade immediately after news. Every now and then, if I have a strong conviction about price direction, I may have a part of a trade on during news. But stuff like FOMC and all that, I'll rarely trade within the first 10 minutes after the announcement comes out. That's just how I do it. Again, for me, less is more. I love the saying that Mark Douglas says, that he talks about, there's times when doing absolutely nothing will be like putting money in the bank. He's not wrong. Let me pull up a few. I've got some other stuff with gold I'm just going to take a look at today and just kind of see how it's doing. So let me just pull that up on my phone, and then we'll get back to the charts here. We'll talk about some other best practices. Again, I'm sorry if you are bored to tears. I do apologize. Okay, we're good. Not much going on there. Obviously, gold and silver having a big run up over the last week, and then looks like they hit some resistance and they're just hanging out. So again, anyone who's watching, thanks for bearing with me. I do appreciate it. Maybe I can drag into the screen here. Let's see. Get my 20 PAs. Let's see. Charts aren't up yet. Here's my, consolidate this a bit. Oops. So here's the PA accounts I have with Apex. They're numbers 1 through 21. I did have one account that I forgot. I didn't set it up as a lifetime payment. I set it up as recurring, and the credit card had expired, and so I lost that one. I had to get a new one. But these are my babies. I just trade them with MES. I keep it small. I trade small size. I keep my powder dry, right? And live to fight another day. So that's what's going on with that. Let's go ahead over to the chart. Let me pull it up. All right, 4 minutes into the news. Holding some support here at 43. Trying to push a bit higher. We'll see what we want to do. So that could be some nice support there. See if they get it up to 70, what they do. So we're between, what are we between? 57 and call it like 44.5. So really no close above 57 yet. No close below this 44 3/4, 44.5. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Got another 7 seconds until this bar closes. All right, we're going to exit out of that. Oh, sorry, you can't see all those. This guy's in the way. All right, let me move this over. So let's talk about some other best practices. Other best practices would be to make sure everything is up and running properly before the market opens, right? Having a backup plan regarding if power goes out, if you lose internet, what are you doing? Are you in so deep that if the trade goes against you, it's just going to wipe you out? Or are you in small enough to where if your stops are hit, it's okay if power were to go out or the worst were to happen, something like that. So every morning I'll come in, make sure everything is set to micros. I'll make sure everything is on. So again, this guy here, I'll make sure these are all set properly. I'll make sure I know my leader account, which is sim account 2. I'll make sure this is set to ES every single morning. I've got another one that's set to NQ, just like this one. This is important. These are things that you do that you should never have a mistake on, right? If you're handling yourself as a professional, if you're doing the things that that are difficult but are simple to avoid mistakes, then that's a big part of it right there. All right. What else? What else is going on? So again, we're talking about doing hard things today. This has been the first day. I'm pretty proud proud of myself because doing things like not trading, just observing, doing this here on the top, trading based on the 5-minute bar as an act of discipline. I've wanted to do this for a long time. I just haven't. So it feels good to just do it, to commit to it, and see what happens. Who knows, maybe, and again, I'm not trading, but it might be that based on just watching this, I may see something really nice. Might see a nice setup. We will see. Another thing to ask yourself is, at the end of the day, how relaxed, how calm are you? How centered are you? How at peace are you regarding the outcome, whatever it was for the day? I heard this guy, he said, there's only what is, right? So if you got a lot of I shoulda, I woulda, I coulda, I didn't, I wanted to, if you got a lot of regrets floating around your mind, that's not serving you. There's only what is. Let's get ready to pull up a chart here. Okay. Still, not much going on at this area. Tight range. 57, 44.5. Doing this thing back and forth in here. If you're watching, if you're trading, have you gotten chopped up? Are you, maybe today's a day where here in the middle, you can go long or short and be right. There are days like that. Today could be one of them. I don't know. It's early yet. We're 40 minutes into the day. I can't tell you in the past, prior to getting my PAs, how many days there'd be where the market's chopping, doing nothing, and I feel such a strong compulsion I want to do something. I want to make sense of this. And man, if you can't make sense of it, don't trade it. All right. What were we talking about? Oh, I've mentioned this before, but I would encourage anyone listening to write out and to go through what's called a directive affirmation. So a while ago, prior to passing my PAs, using, again, just micros, I wasn't trading large. It was a slow slog of just forward movement. I wrote up my directive affirmation. This is something I wrote on a 4x6 note card. Right here. Where is it at? There we go, somewhere there. And I put it in several different places. I put it in the pantry, put it in my bedroom, put it in the car, where I would see this thing and read it often. And it is as such. I put a date on there as far as when I wanted to hit my goal. I didn't hit it by that time, but it didn't matter. I just kept on, stuck with the process. And my statement was, you want to fill out this statement in a way that would, like you've already accomplished this thing. So I said, I have all 20 accounts funded due to following good risk to reward management. I keep my P&L curve steady and consistent and earn a full-time income. I am not enticed by trades that flash in the pan and appear out of nowhere. I look for longer-term setups based on the 5-minute bar. This gives me good reference points for stops and targets. I always run a mental program before each trade and let the trade work for me. I record my performance analysis and read, visualize, and feel my directive affirmation daily. I use trading to replace my income, and I love the challenge of always improving. I continually seek out new ways to grow and improve. So, regarding visualization, it's been said by experts, and they do agree, that it's important to visualize how you're going to act, whether it's a good situation, a bad situation, a situation where there's not much to do. But even more important than that, it's important to feel how you would feel when you take a good trade and when you execute it properly. So in the past, there were days where I'd be positive for the day, right? But I would have not stuck to my plan with trading. I would have been in willy-nilly. I would have been over trading. I would have been doing too much or maybe too little. And at the end of the day, you end green. That's not a win. It's not. It's probably only reinforcing bad habits, and you're making yourself more uncertain of yourself. This is a you versus you game. This is a game where it's only you versus you. It's not even you versus the market. You know, a lot of people talk about the market being a zero-sum game, and I beg to differ, and I'll kind of explain why. But experts would say, as I was mentioning, that it's important to feel the feelings that you would have as you're performing properly, as you're sticking to your performance protocol. Not so much worrying about the outcome, but being concerned about how you're performing. And if your performance is in line with the type of trader that you are becoming, growing into. Lots of rambling today. Sorry, I usually don't talk so much, but hopefully it helps. All right, let's go back to the charts. Let me pull it up here. Gonna watch the last minute. Okay. Here in a second, we'll go up to the questions I have listed up there because it's probably good to check in. It's good to check in every now and then. I want to talk about the market being a zero-sum game. So I think that's important. I'll do that after this bar closes. So I'll be quiet for a minute. I'll shut up and we'll just watch and see what price does here. We'll see if the bulls want to hold 44. If they give it up. We'll pull up the daily real quick. Yesterday, a lot of movement. We're just smack dab right here in the middle. Some support up at, certainly at 70. That's the overnight high, which is right around yesterday's open. I'm sorry, resistance right around 70. Yesterday's open. Some support probably down there in the mid 30s. Let me go to this guy. Yeah, support probably somewhere down here. So, all right, we're gonna X out of this. Let's go to our check-in. You might ask yourself, if you're actively trading today, what's the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? Are you calm and at peace? Are you relaxed? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? So this morning, pretty tight range, not a lot of volatility, not a lot of movement. Within that, maybe your style, maybe you're trading that well, maybe you're not. So with that, are you searching for a trade or are you letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? And how would you rate that idea? Can you identify a stop within an area? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? That's such a big one. That's so important. And then lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? That's important to ask yourself as well. Do I feel compelled, like I just gotta jump on, I just gotta do this? All right, so the two things I want to talk about now are an abundance mindset and how it goes along with trading being a zero-sum game. So you'll read books, you'll hear people talk, and a lot will talk about trading being a zero-sum game. And it is, but I think it isn't. So the trading community would say, yeah, for every winner, there's a loser. But I don't think that's the case, because if you consider there's all different time frame players within the market, right? There's the guy who's got a position on, who's a hedge fund manager, who's got hundreds of contracts of S&P futures or NASDAQ futures that he needs to put on, he needs to do something with. Then there's a scalper who's in for 20 seconds. Then there's a swing trader or an intraday trader who's in for, 5 minutes, maybe 20, maybe a little bit longer. Each one of those people are using the market to serve their purposes. So the hedger who, keeps a position on for 6 months or for 4 months or whatever, or 6 weeks, he doesn't care if he's in 1 point or 5 points, difference. He's got a scale in the position. So for him, the market is serving a purpose for him. And for the other time frame traders, they have different purposes as well. So yes, it is a zero-sum game in a way, where like for every dollar that's made, there's a dollar lost. But it doesn't mean that one guy is necessarily screwing the other. People go to the market and it serves them in different ways. There's a million ways you can trade properly. There really is. There's only one way that you can trade improperly, and that's simply just not managing your risk. So with the thought of zero-sum game, I think next I want to talk about an abundance mindset versus scarcity mindset. Why am I able to do this discipline today? And it's taken me forever, but so based on my 5-minute bar as an act of discipline, I'll only be watching the close of each 5-minute bar for the last minute of it. It's because I'm doing better to view the market as a place of abundance, where the market's here for me. I'm not here for the market. There's opportunity here. I can't get on every trade, right? We're not going to get every trade. And if we have trades that we miss and it frustrates us and it really makes us mad, that's not serving us well. All right, let's go back here. We'll open up the charts, see where we're at. So more of the same. This bar, about 50 seconds to go on this bar. Again, pretty tight. At this point, what's it do first? Does it go down somewhere in the 30s, find some support there, then try to get back up? Does it hold this 45 level and then try to go up here? Again, I've mentioned it before in the past. I do look at levels, but even more important than that to me are how price reacts to a certain level. So it's different, right? Like if we were to first come down here, hold, and then push up, versus if we started here, came up here, and then came down. So levels are important. It's also important as far as how we got to a certain level. All right, well, today's already seems like it's boring enough. I chose the correct day to just do this. So let me exit out of there. And we're back. Let's go to our check-in. Actually, we'll just go to the logo here. Sorry, pardon me. There we go. Logo, I need to add my image. Yeah, let me, pardon me real quick. All right. Highlight that. Just let me see. All right, we'll go back to this guy. How you like that one, huh? Does a number on it. For me, it seems to move more when it's on a larger screen. So if your screen is small, you may not be seeing the movement. But if it's larger, you might be seeing some of it. So I like this one because sometimes I look at the market and I'm convinced I'm seeing something, right? I'm convinced that it's going to do this when in fact, it's not. I've often said that my best days are when I go into the day and I feel like, boy, I don't have too strong of a conviction today. I want to just see what the market's going to do. And so even yesterday, I had a conviction that we'd go shorter. And I had the same conviction the day before. The day before, I was wrong. Yesterday, I was correct. The question would then be, which one are you pouncing on? When you have a conviction, you see it playing out, it's usually good to get involved. So it's good to have conviction. It's even better to have conviction and the market's proving that conviction to you. So again, my little optical illusion here, looking at this illusion art, it would appear that this thing is moving. If you're watching and you're seeing it move, it's not moving. It's stagnant. Pause your screen. Pause it. And you'll see it's not moving at all. It's pretty wild, pretty trippy as you move your eyes back and forth. But for me, it's a good reminder that, you know what, sometimes I see things that just aren't there. And it's a good reminder that I want to remain as objective as possible. And truly, if we can remain objective, we'll be in a good space. Sorry, just making a few notes here. All right, we've got another 40 seconds here. We'll jump back on, look at the charts, see what they're doing, see if there's any kind of big anomalous move that someone can get involved with, get excited about trading. You know, another thing my mentor talks about, which I love, he says, trading should be kind of boring. Or he might say something like, if you keep it boring, you're probably doing a good job. And I like that. It's not to say that you shouldn't have emotion. It's not to say that you shouldn't celebrate wins. But I think it speaks to the fact that you shouldn't be doing this looking for an adrenaline rush. You should be doing this very, very planned out, very methodical. All right, let's see what's cracking. Last minute of this one. Middle ground looks to be this 52 area. See if bulls can get it up and above. See how they close this one. A lot of indecision so far this morning. A lot of indecision. No real strong conviction either way. All right, we're going to exit out. closing. We're just going until it closes. Oh, okay. So another thing that we want to consider is that if you're someone who's aspiring to trade full time, and you think, I'd love to do this for 5 years or 10 or 15 or even 20. I just find the market so neat, right? If that's your stance, you think, I'd love to just trade and trade well. Well, in doing the things that are hard and doing things that are difficult, wouldn't it make sense that you go about this slowly, steadily, easily? I've got a good buddy this guy's amazing in every way, and he's got to be the best trader that I've ever known. I don't know many traders, but he is the best. He averages, last year he did 88%. His daily average was like 0.3 something per day. Just incredible. This year, he's at, year to date, just over 100%. His average here in the last probably, month and a half has ticked up. He's gone from 0.4 per day to now his average over the last 6 weeks has been just over 1% per day. Now, a year ago, his average was, say, 0.4. The year before that, it was about 0.4. The year before that, it was about 0.4. And as a trader, or as someone who's wanting to make big percentages and big gains, you think, yeah, 80% a year, like that's pretty good. It's not bad, it's respectable, but I want 80% a month. What I love about my friend and his discipline, and I call him the Cal Ripken of trading, right? If you know anything about baseball, you know Cal Ripken is Mr. Consistency. Well, my buddy, for several years, he just was chipping away. He'd average his, about 2% a week, which is great. In the trading world, it may not be something that people get too excited about, but as he's been consistent, as he's been steady year in and year out, he's now going in with a little bit bigger size, and his daily average is now right around 1%. So if he's able to trade for another 10 years, 20 years, or whatever, for as long as he might live for, he's instilled these good practices. He's made it paramount. He's made it of first importance to follow his process well. He's made it a point to trade efficiently, but then reinforce good habits every day with every trade. So, hats off to my friend. I won't mention his name, but I really respect it about him. So, again, if you're in this for the long haul, you want to do things that are difficult. I got another buddy who is still aspiring to trade well, and we've talked about trading smaller size, going slower. So for example, let's say you've had a month or you've had a few months where you just can't get it together. You're negative or you're right at break even. What would it hurt you if you took a week or maybe 2 weeks or maybe even 3 and you just watched the market without having to make a trade? I would bet you that your point of view would be much more objective. I would bet you that your point of view would be much more clear, that it'd be less fuzzy, that there'd be less anxiousness and anticipation there. So you think, if this guy wants to trade for a decade or even more, why wouldn't he take a little time off to get his head right, to do what's right, and grow because of it? All right, gonna watch the last minute of this thing. So on the close of this bar, look like they might try to get it up and past that 52.5. Come right back down, but again, not too much to get excited about. Could go either way. Looks like maybe the bears want to take it a little bit lower, but I don't know. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left to go on this, so it's nothing that I would be taking right here. Now, if you could, maybe you'd get short here, and then your stop would be up above at 53. If you're thinking they want to close the gap, take it down here to maybe 37.5 for a first target, and then if you get lucky, maybe down to like 33.25, something like that. There we are. First hour of trade put in. First hour. So we got our initial balance. Everything is in place. I'll exit back out of that one. And let me pull something up real quick. Pardon me. There we go. That lines up kind of nice. That'll work. Yeah, I'll just keep that right there. Let me see. Oh, it's checking. We're a half hour in. Anyone watching, you might ask yourself, what's the market currently doing? What do you expect it to do? Are you calm and relaxed? Are you at peace? Do you feel easy? Are you at rest? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? And how would you rate that idea? Is it like an A idea or is it a B? If it's a C, maybe you stay away or you put on really small size and attach the least amount of care to that one. Can you identify a stop in an area? Yes or no? Are you feeling you have to do something or are you at peace waiting? So usually throughout the day, used to be every half hour. Now I'll just kind of do this intermittently. Lastly, I'll ask, do I feel compulsion to place a trade? Yes or no? So I would just fill this out. And then at the end of the day, I'd ask myself, how at peace am I? Am I chill? Am I realizing that there's only what is? Make a note of that. That's a good one. I like that. There's only what is. Not what should have been. Not what could have been. Not what I wanted to do. There's only what is. So the less emotion, the less space in my mind we can give to what the market is doing, what it isn't doing. I want to get involved, this, that, and the other. The more at peace we can be with what simply is, the better off we'll be. The more we can trade with true conviction, the better off we'll be. The more we can follow our system, our routine, our process, the better off we'll be. Again, I've said that, and I believe that there's hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of ways to trade properly. There's so many different strategies, so many different time frames, and there's only one way that is improper, and that's simply to not manage your risk. If you're trading and you're not managing your risk, if you're not managing yourself, that's not good. All right, almost ready to pull up a new chart or a new picture of the chart. Here we go. Kind of watch the last minute of this. And there we go. Look at that. So this bar looked weak. Thought, well, if I were short, my stop would be up here. Bulls came right back in, pushed it up. We'll want to see if they can get above that 57. This is a pretty convincing bar here. Let's see, what are we, 12, probably 13 bars in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, here we go. So that 45 getting bought up. This was the area I was watching the other day. It was 53 on ES, and it was 357 on NQ. Wanted to see if we'd break that level. We did. And So we'll see if the bulls get any follow through here. It seems like they will. We're going to close that one out. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't have my chart pulled up there. I forgot to switch my screen over. Well, we'll pull it up next 10 minutes. If you're watching or listening, you probably have your chart up anyways, so. Just gave myself a like. Oh man. How you like me now? How you like me now? I've been talking a lot for the first hour, so I'm gonna chill for a few minutes, give my voice a little break. Put the check-in back up here. There we go. Oh, all right, I'm gonna have to switch over here in a second. I gotta pick that. Let's put the chart up here. See where we ended up. All right, so last minute of this bar. So we had 45s hold. Again, we can't really get a close below 44.5. So far, we can't get a close above this 57. Had this bar push up and not really doing much there. Not too much to get excited about. Tight range here between 57 and 45. So just a 12-point range pretty much. I mean, there's a little bit more here on the downside, but not much. So got another 28 seconds on this bar for this one to close. So far, you know, median point looks like about 50. 50.5, right about here. The bulk of our trade has been spent right around like 48.75-ish, maybe 49. I'm gonna close this window out here in 5 seconds, and we'll let the next bar form, see what happens. All right, we're out. And I'm gonna take a screenshot here. Screenshot of this guy. Bear with me. Taking a break here. I've been talking a lot. Let's see. I'm gonna try to add a new image here. Oops. Create a new, browse. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, 30 seconds to go until our new 5-minute bar does its thing. You might ask yourself, are you acting in your own best interest right now? Are you following your process well? Are you moving closer toward the type of trader you want to be? All good questions in my opinion. Okay, let's go to RTH. Here we go. Alrighty, got a minute to go on this bar. What do we know so far? Same as before, they're holding 45. They can't get above 57. And here we are right in the middle. Could be some support, short-term support at 49. But for me, this is in such a tight area that I would not be looking to do anything. All right, I'm gonna leave this up for a second. I'll be right back. I've gotta use the restroom. So I'll leave this chart up and I'll be back here shortly. Actually, I'll shut her down. There we go. I'll be right back. All right, anyone who's watching, thanks for your patience. I'm back. Had to use the bathroom there. Missed out on our last bar, but looks like we've got another 2 minutes until this 5-minute bar closes. I don't have any screens pulled up. I'm just pulling them up with the last minute to go for each 5-minute bar because my trading is based on the 5-minute bar. And it's easy to anticipate. It's easy to look at what a bar is or could be doing versus what it's done, where it closes at. So we're just, as an act of discipline, looking at the close, the last minute of each 5-minute bar today. If not for the whole day, at least for several hours. So let's see what's cracking. Let me pull this one up here. Let's see how we're ending. Okay. Got a minute to go. Let's see if they hold this area. All right, so it's been almost the first hour and a half in this range above 45 or 40, yeah, 45 and below 55. So again, tight range. Got our initial balance. Looked like we just barely squeaked below it here. We'll watch and see if there is some support here. Again, range for the day. I would think that there could be support down here in the low 30s, mid 30s, and resistance here, high 60s. So could be our range for the day. I'm going to close this window out. Gonna go back to the this. Let's see what else here. Let's go back to your check-in. What is the market currently doing? Are you calm and relaxed? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting long or short, about getting involved? How would you rate it? Can you identify a stop at an area or a tight area? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? Lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade, right? Like is like right now, I gotta do this thing right now? Or are you working on the market's time frame? So if we talk about time frame, we need to realize too that we need to be ready to act when the market tells us to act, not when we want to. And that's it takes a lot of discipline to do that, because there's times, right? There's days where you think you get stopped out. I think, I just want to do it. I want to do it right now. And you're ready to go. Your guns are ready to be blazing. But the market just isn't providing you a lot of opportunity. So it's important that we remain in a state where we're mindful, where we're centered, so that when the market is offering us tremendous opportunity, we can go in. Maybe we can size up. We can leverage a bit more and get involved. Again, in a way that's mindful and in a way that's prudent. Move that guy over a bit. Sorry, getting stuff figured out here. There we go. Not bad. Let me see. So we can take that one out. So what are you seeing? What's the market doing? Is it giving you the setup you want? Are you having to be patient? Are you having to do it on the market's timeline? Okay, let's go to the charts here. Pull this guy up. And this chart's almost, or sorry, this bar is almost done forming. Just about to the top of the hour, so we are an hour and a half into the trading day. Holding the level, trying to. Got 45 seconds left to go on this bar. And not a lot going on right here. Pretty boring, pretty slow. Maybe you were selling the top, maybe you were buying the bottom. If so, maybe you were buying the middle or selling the middle. That's worked out well too. Not every day is created equally. So I'll be curious to see if we spend time below 50. Like if we spend a little time below this 50 level and can't get above it. I feel like they could try to push down into the mid 30s. All right, we're gonna exit out. Go back here. Oh man. Anyone watching today? How many viewers? If so, name yourself. Well, you're probably not trading this. It's kind of choppy. Who's out there? Who's watching? I think we got one viewer. Who is the lone viewer? You can be that person that said, yeah, dude, I was with NoFomo when I was his whole audience. I was the only viewer. I hope you're trading well today, anonymous rogue viewer. I'm gonna pour myself a little tea, take a break from talking. Let's chat, viewer. What's going on? Or you know what? Maybe it's not even a live viewer. Maybe it's just a kind soul who is like, you know what? This dude needs a little bit of viewing time. I'm just gonna turn my phone on and walk away. That very well could be the case too. Pour a little tea here, see what we get. Ooh, that's hot. It's good though. Making a mess. Well, still got, what do we got here? 2.5 minutes to go. Gotta let my tea cool off a bit here. All right. Got another 20 seconds until we get the final formation of this bar on the 5-minute bar. Set a little clock here. So let's pull it up. Here we go. All right. Just come down, got a doji. Come down, got what looks to be another doji. Are we staying below 50? Yeah, we are. All right, just about to close out. And we're gonna close her down. Wouldn't be surprised if we push a little bit lower before going higher. Let's do a check-in. Well, let's read this. So you see my little note up here. Are you acting in your own best interest right now? Are you following your process well? Are you moving closer toward the type of trader you want to be? So even a seasoned trader, a pro who's traded for 15 years or more, or 5 years or whatever, who that's their only source of income, they probably have goals and aspirations to continue to grow and to improve as well. So even that person, may look at that and ask themselves, am I moving closer toward the type of trader I want to be? Let's go to our check-in here. You might ask yourself, what is the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do based off of price action? Are you calm and relaxed and easygoing? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? Yes or no? And if so, how would you rate that idea? Is it like, yeah, that's a good idea? Or is it kind of like, it's kind of meh, or not? Can you identify a stop? Is it within a tight area? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? So much of trading is just sitting and waiting. So much of it is being patient. So much of it is practicing self-control, practicing discipline. Lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? There's our questions. There we go. Switch it up a bit there. I'll meditate today and listen to some things, so probably talk a little bit less. But I'll be checking in every 4 minutes, every 5. All right, about to pull the chart up. We're watching the last minute of every 5-minute bar. For me, as an act of discipline, as an act of doing something that is difficult. And we're assessing price action from there. So let's pull it up. Get ready here. Let's see what it's doing. Let's see. All right, so we got a minute to go on this bar. Bulls can get it above that 50 level. Close the gap here. From the close, at least. And who knows, maybe this is the ideal day. I think every day might be the ideal day to just watch the close of the 5-minute bar. Not sure. We'll see. All right, 10 seconds to go on this bar. I'm going to close it down once it forms. Bulls would want to get this thing above 50 to really show they're commanding, they're in control. Bears want to keep it below that 49.5 to 50, I believe. So I got a buddy of mine named Tommy. We've talked about, you know, when you trade and when you can get a little unhinged or maybe trade too much or whatever, what have you, you name it. At the end of the day or at the end of the session or some point during the day, you might feel like, man, I'd give anything. I'd give anything just to get back to break even. I'd love to be at break even right now. And you look at your account and you're way down. And maybe you try to claw your way back. Maybe you give back more. Maybe you don't. You know, maybe you just end down for the day. You just accept it. But we've talked about when you don't have a real clear conviction, when you don't have a strong conviction about what the market's going to be doing, then it's probably best to just stay unengaged, right? We can be long, we can be short, or we can be flat. And it doesn't mean that, so don't mistake being flat for not having the gumption and the wherewithal to place a trade. There's one thing, if you see a setup and you're not involved, and that's another issue. If you're afraid to get involved or not accepting the risk or not accepting the loss that could happen, that's a whole other set of issues. But if you're trading stuff and you're just not seeing a clear setup or a clear path forward, and you think to yourself at some point, man, I'd do anything for this trade just to get me back to break even. It's probably a pretty good lesson in, learning that, hey, there's nothing wrong with sitting and waiting. There's nothing wrong with not having conviction. We don't have to have conviction that's the same every day. There may be some days where we can't make much sense of what's going on, and that's all right. Then there's other days that we're able to make a lot of sense of what's going on, and we're able to really capitalize on market movement. So it's okay to watch and observe. It's not a bad thing. Making more of a mess here. All right, got about one more minute to go until I pull up the close of this 5-minute bar. Holy cow. Pouring my tea. It's getting a little crazy. Ooh, it's hot. All right, let's pull up the chart. Got a minute to go on this bar. Bulls wanted to hold this thing. They'd love to see it close above 49. We close the gap. Let's see if 40 can hold. 39.5, whatever it was down here. So today could be a day for limit orders, right? You limit into here, maybe limit into there. I don't know at that point in time. See if the bulls want to push it up. If they can get it close. I got 10 seconds to go. Bulls want to close it above 50. We've seen a bit of back and forth, so that's what's going on so far, holding that level. All right, gonna exit out, back to our disciplines here. So let me pull up our check-in. Let's see, let's check in. You might ask yourself today, what is the market currently doing? Not what do you think it's gonna do, but what is it doing? Is there something you expect it to do? Are you calm and relaxed? Are you easy? So for myself, I want the Eagle song, Peaceful, Easy Feeling, to be kind of my theme song as I'm watching the market. I'm chill, I'm relaxed. There's only what is. There's not what should have been, what could have been. Should have done that, want to do that, didn't do that. There's only what is. So if you missed out on a trade, it's okay. If you got involved too late, too early, it's all right. There's only what is. Just accept it. Be in the moment. Be mindful. Be aware of yourself. So even today, trading based on the 5-minute bar, it's an act of discipline. I want to get better at just being in the moment, just being a good observer. You might ask yourself here also, am I searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do I have an idea about getting involved? And how would I rate that? So it may be that you don't have an idea. You might put NA there. Or if you do, how would you rate that idea? Is it an A, B, or C? Can you identify a stop within a tight area? Yes or no? Are you feeling you have to do something? Or are you at peace waiting? Lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? So these questions I feel benefit the absolute novice, and I feel they benefit the seasoned professional. They're good questions to ask. Lastly, you might think about, at the end of the day, how do I feel? So it's one thing to start each day fresh, right? No one goes into the day thinking, I'm going to blow it up today. I'm going to just wipe out every account that I have. I'm going to lose a lot. I'm going to get crazy. But inevitably, it can happen, right? We go down this progression of kind of losing awareness, losing self-awareness. So it's one thing to start the day strong. You want to finish strong. How do you feel at 3 p.m. or how do you feel Central Time? How do you feel at market close? Are you at peace? Are you, aware of yourself? Are you in a rested state? Or are you full of a whole bunch of, different feelings? And you got to ask yourself if those feelings serve you well. I'm going to pull up another thing here that we'll go through. We'll talk about this here in a second. So we'll go to this one. Ask ourselves these good questions. Ask yourself, are you acting in your own best interest right now? Are you following your process well? So don't worry too much about the outcome. Worry about the process. Are you moving closer toward the type of trader that you want to be? All right, 30 seconds. We'll pull up a chart. We'll watch the last minute of the bar form. And then we're going to pull up some stuff right here. I'll blow this up. I'll make this quite a bit bigger. Not my account, right? Not going to blow up my account. I'll increase the size of this. Let's see. let's do a Control A, and we'll try to make all this stuff bigger. Let's see if this works. All right, okay, for now, let's pull up the chart. All right, what do we see? Get rid of this one. Oh, not that one, that one. What do we see? We see bulls coming in here at 40, buying it up, nice little tail on the 5-minute, trying to push up. Still, they're struggling at this 49.5 to 50 level. That's what's going on. I mean, it's just one of those kind of a day. Based on what we did yesterday, we were up in a weird way that day. Nice sell-off yesterday. Today, it's just kind of market hanging out, trying to figure out what it wants to do, which direction it wants to move. But myself personally, I'm more concerned about that 5-minute. All right, I'm going to shut that down. Let's look here at some of these questions. Let me expand this a little bit. And we'll pull this back down a bit. There we go. Control A this guy. I'll make this a little bit bigger still. So again, talking about being mindful of yourself. Let me move this up over here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. So here's our good questions to ask. Put this here. In relation to these questions, right? Are you moving closer toward the type of trader that you want to be? We'll talk about being self-aware. We'll talk about mapping our greed, being aware of ourselves. What is greed? Greed is fueled by a weakness in confidence. That's kind of what it does. The definition of it might be your unrestrained desire to make more money will actually cause you to haphazardly enter trades that in turn will actually lose you money. I've written down things I've improved, things I will work on. So you might write out, this is based on Jared Tendler's book, Mapping Our Greed. So you might write down things you've improved, things you want to work on. So we talk about patterns within the market, getting familiar with patterns. It's also important to know the patterns within ourselves. So what's your pattern of greed? You want to examine and capture the signs that greed has become a problem. I get greedy when I'm afraid of missing out, or I'm trying hard to decipher what's going on. I'm impatient. I don't execute my plan. I just stops, take winners before my target. I get greedy when I'm frustrated with myself, when I'm overconfident, when I overtrade. This is being aware of what I want to do. My best trades take place in the 5-minute chart. They usually take 15 or even 30 minutes to fully reach potential. And lately I've exited way too soon based on that. Okay. Here's where it gets kind of fun in this book, mapping the levels of greed. So initially, there might be a minimal uneasiness. So this is like levels 1 through 10. I'll pause here soon. We'll watch the chart, then we'll come back to this. So levels 1 through 10. 1 would be you're barely greedy. 10 is like you are all out a greed monster, and this trade's got to work for you immediately. Pardon me 1 minute. There's a phone call from a doctor I might need to take. I think this is him. Hello, this is Jeff. Yeah, Taylor. Yes, it's April 14th, 2012. what they are? Okay, great. Okay, excellent. Well, hey, thanks so much. And that appointment is it 4:20 today? Okay, great. And the link has already been sent? Okay.
Okay, I resent the notification, so you should either get that on your text or your email um, for that appointment. If I don't see you join, I'll send you a Zoom link to your email.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Talk to you soon.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Bye-bye. Hey, sorry about that. I had to take a phone call from my son's doctor. Well, looking at the chart there, nice rejection at 50. We're back down in that 43, 44 level. So we'll see if they keep price below 50 and now try to go and fill in more of the gap, try to get down into, call it the mid 30s. We'll see. Okay, so we'll get back to mapping the levels of greed that we may come across. First, there'd be minimal uneasiness. Still mostly concerned with the process versus the outcome. Still mindful and thinking of my trading plan, visualizing and thinking about time frame involved. You don't have to do every single number. I did 1, 3, 5, like 7, 8, 9, or something like that. 3 would be trading small but not placing limit orders. Instead, doing market orders because I don't want the market to get away from me. Taking profit much too early compared to what I was planning just before entering the trade. Level 5 of mapping greed would be wanting to prove to myself that I can get a good trade out of the market. And this goes back to me functioning in my time frame versus functioning in the time span, the time frame that the market is allowing me. Getting into trades in order to actively make money, even if there is not a good setup. FOMO is starting to creep in at this point. Entering with no real time frame in mind, and then moments later getting out because I really don't have a clear conviction about the trade. Less analytical and much more reactive. When I'm doing this, when I'm functioning at a level 5 regarding levels of greed, let's see, I'm very close then to going to levels 8, 9, and 10. I'm close. At this point, if you're not self-aware, you really need to be self-aware. Step back, take a break, and refocus. Because if you're not checking yourself kind of in this middle ground, it could get ugly quick, and it could cost you weeks or even months of hard work, months and weeks of dedication and discipline. Number 7 would be market order after market order while watching the dome versus price bars, or while watching the price ladder. Perhaps I'm fixated on a level versus the tempo of the market and how it's behaving. 8, as far as the level of greed, would be I want to make the absolute best return right now. 10, here it is, highest level of greed, would be this may be my last trade. I can always reset my account. I am entering trades primarily based on the DOM. I'm not relaxed. I'm not managing risk. I am very fearful and full of regret, thinking, why didn't I just respect my stop at a certain level? It could have been so simple. I've given up all control. No longer term thinking. I'm completely disassociated as the only thing that exists in this trade is this trade right now. Let's look at our market here. All right, a whole bunch of nothing so far. So push up to 50. Let's see. Perhaps the bulls were thinking it was about to get done right there. Looked decent, right? So just taking it frame by frame, bar by bar. They held at 40. Talked about this 50 to 49.5. Them needing to close above that. Let's see how it looked. Then slam. Bam, slammed right back down. Now we got this bar. So they kind of drift lower here. They try again. To be determined. But so far, we know 50 has been a pretty hard area to get above. We're back here, so maybe this time they push them down here into the 30s. We'll see. All right. All right, then here's the technical levels of greed. So the technical levels would be, I'm still sticking to my original plan, but once entered, I may be a bit uneasy and I choose to exit prematurely. I start out taking notes and writing things out, not trusting my gut about a stop loss when the trade just isn't working out. Keeping on maybe a small, 1 micro so I don't miss what could happen. The list goes on. So we'll exit out of that one for right now. And let's see, I'll put that back over here. Let's go to our check-in. Well, we're 2 hours in on this roller coaster of a day. Not really. Not much going on today. If you see that on your screen, you can read it. I know I've been talking a lot. All right. Got another 10 seconds to go. Let me do our chart here. Here we go. All right. This bar is almost done. See if they push it down now. I don't have much to say right here. Try and hold 40. Two little tails here. Again, bulls will be in control if and when they can get a close above this 50 level. That looks kind of weak to me. So I feel like they could keep it below 48 here and then maybe probe down into this, 34 area, somewhere like that. That's funny. Well,
going once, going twice, and we are going to shut her down, boys. Man, people still trying to get entered. It's crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. We do have to close it. We got to close it somewhere. All right, let me get ready. Okay, you guys can stop typing in the chat. It's over. It's no longer enter. I'm sorry. Guys, got a line somewhere.
all right.
Let me get the duck races ready.
Got another minute to go until we'll pull up the chart. See what's going on. Oh, it's a slow one. It's already pretty hard for me to do to just watch. Let's see. Out of the last 2 hours, we viewed, I don't know, 22, 23 minutes, 24 minutes worth of price action. Is that right? It would be every 5-minute bar. How many? So 12. Yeah, about 24. 24 minutes worth of price action. Just watching the last minute of each 5-minute bar close. Here we go. Pulling it up again. Drum roll, please. Let's see what the market reveals to us. What's it going to be? Oh man, this could be crazy. Probably not. There we go. Minute to go. All right. So staying below that 48 level. Pushing lower here. I'd be looking for 36. Then maybe 34 to the downside. That could be it. So I think, was it right about here, 43? Talked about if you wanted a short 43, Yeah, I'd probably be wrong at like 48.5. And now probably even have my stop at like 46, maybe even the top of this bar. So you'd have like minimal risk, and then see if over the next, and then time frame, I don't know, I'd give it another another 10, 15 minutes to get down to there. So there we are, pushing a bit lower, close her down. There we go. I'd like to, and I will do this. I'm excited to try this little experiment on a day when the market is really ripping. So even yesterday, a lot of movement, a lot of volatility. It'll be fun to do on a day when there's a lot of movement and a lot of price action. But again, you get familiar with the time frame that you trade, and you'll get more familiar with the patterns that you're looking for and all that type of stuff. Right? Hopefully less and less emotion attached. So that's where we're at. Oh man, slow going. Might see here, check something on my phone. I just clicked in another guy. He's doing like a funny little contest on his stream. So kind of cool. Guess that's what you do when you got a ton of viewers and there's just not much to do. That's how you do it. That was some good tea. All right, this 5-minute bar is about halfway done being developed. Kind of taking a pause from comments at the moment. It's interesting. All right. All right, let's pull up our 5-minute bar. Watch the last minute here. All right, so still behaving how we thought it might. Again, it's super slow, super choppy, so it would be expected that it's going to take the market a while to do its thing. Talked about a short at 43. Looking for 36 was the first target, and then you could look for 33.5, I suppose. 15 to 20 minute time frame. Original stop would have been like 48 or 48.5 even. At this point, you could probably tighten up your risk. Stop at 45.5, so you'd have like 2.5 points of risk. Not a lot. And then see where it might go. Earlier in the day, we talked about potential range being 30 and 70. What's interesting though is that we've had I'll shut this down in a second. We've had quite amount of time to try to get up to 70, and we haven't been able to do it yet. So unless it's something like we come down here and then buyers get really strong and get us above 45, might hang out down here for a while, might push lower, but that's to be determined. We'll have to just wait and see. All right, thanks for your patience. Oh, next time I'll remove my good questions there when I when I go to the chart, but we'll put them back up for now. So that's my little exercise in discipline. Going back to what I mentioned at the beginning of the day. Want to have this be an exercise in doing hard things. First of which is oftentimes not trading. And then secondly, another hard thing is just to watch the 5-minute bar for the last minute of it to see how it closes. Another hard thing would be holding winners to target. Another hard thing would be searching for trades versus just letting one present itself. Another difficult thing would be adding to winners. So there we go. 10:45, about 10:46 and a half, market central time zone. I saw in your Discord how you are taking the day off, period. If you are not trading or done for a while, would you mind calling me if you get a chance, period? I just want to briefly talk to you about that indicator I was thinking about, period. Again, comma, it's beyond super simple, but I think it could be effective for some people. All right, another 50 seconds to go, 40 seconds to go. And we'll pull up the chart, see where we're at. See if we end up hitting that 36 area and then call it 33.5. See what we get. See what we get. Oh, there we go. Just like that. Nice trade. That one worked out well, didn't it? I like that. That was fun. Kind of fun to call a trade and then see it work out even if you're not watching what price is doing. All right, so we've got 40 seconds. Getting a little bit of action now, which is kind of nice. So, again, like I talked about earlier, being that we couldn't get up to 60 or 70, it made me think that, yeah, maybe we come down here and then fool around down here for a bit. So earlier in the day, talked about 30 potentially being the lower end of this, and it very well could be. And this bar sweep down had a lot of overlap here, so we might see this bar eventually get filled back in. Testing this area down in the 30s. So let's see how they want to act. All right, nice to get a little movement. We'll go dark. Go dark again. Let's pull up the good questions. There they are. All right, halfway through this 5-minute bar being formed. Beautiful day here in the Ozarks. Oh man, it's lovely outside. Just lovely. We'll watch this next 5-minute bar and then I'm gonna grab a little something to eat. We'll watch the last minute of this 5-minute bar form. Quick flush down into there. We'll see what they want to do here. See if this 30 area is the floor. Makes sense. Looks like this cluster was the bottom. We talked about the lower end being right around 30, and seen some buyers step in. Seen some shorts definitely take profit just based on this here. All right, a few seconds to go, and we'll close it down. We'll want to see. All right, that's where that one ended. So bulls would want to reclaim like 43.5 to 44 on the 5 minute. Bears would want to keep it under that. Held that 28 level nicely. And so we'll check back in here in a little bit. Let's do, since it's just about top of the hour, do a main check-in. So again, thanks for your patience and bearing with me. As an act of discipline, as an act of just trying to do hard things. So this morning, took my ice bath this morning. That was hard. Worked out this morning. That was hard, obviously, but enjoyable. Got the kids off to school. That was really hard. Got their lunches made and all that. Sometimes Wednesday or Thursday, I take it instead of my wife. So it's an adventure. At any rate, we're doing hard things. So kind of stacked our wins. And now, for the first time in over 18 months, I've wanted to do this thing that's hard. I've wanted to trade based on the 5 minute bar by only watching the last minute of its close, watching price action, seeing what it's doing. So our check-in, you might ask yourself, what is the market currently doing? And is there something you expect it to do? Are you calm and easy and relaxed? Yes or no? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved, and how would you rate that idea? Can you identify a tight stop, a stop in an area? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? Do you feel compulsion to place a trade? So where are you at? Where you rank on that? Oh, I've got another 2 minutes to go until we click on the screen and look at price action. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for bearing with me. So cute. So good. Yeah, I think at the top of the hour, I'll grab a little lunch. All right, let's switch over to our charts. Here we go. Nice bounce off of 30. Could that be the bounce the bulls are looking for? Again, bulls want to get it. They want to get it up above this probably 43 level, 43.5. Seeing some good movement there. So nice sell-off, nice recovery. I've watched enough of Al Brooks to where part of that has inspired me to only trade based off the 5-minute bar today, or to just observe. I'm not placing any trades, I'm just observing. But I really get a lot out of what Al has to say, so I find it pretty valuable. All right, got another 5 seconds until this bar closes. Here we are trying to get up to there, and we'll close it, shut it off. Maybe there's a retest down to, I don't know, like 32.5 or 33, and the bulls buy it up. Not sure. I'm gonna step away for a minute, and yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna warm up some lunch, and I'll be back shortly. All right, getting ready. Another 15 seconds. We'll pull up the 5-minute bar. See what it's doing. See if we can make it do what it do. Here we go. Drum roll. Pulling it up. Boom. There it is. Oh, let me put my chart on here. There we go. Okay. So we came down to that 30 level. Talked about maybe a pull back to 32.5. So maybe we don't get it. Maybe the bulls are set on just holding it here. I would have been looking for a little bit more. Pull down to about there. Potential long. Bulls want to get it up above this 42.5 to 43. And that's what's going on. Not a whole bunch to look at. We've got another 20 seconds to go on this bar. was a nice little bounce there. So this was a nice fake out. This was kind of this is the clue, right? They held this, pushed up. This is the clue. Like, nah, bears in control. Doji'd here, hung out, didn't do much, pushed it right down. So that was again, you wouldn't have probably, I personally, I wouldn't have shorted. I wouldn't have sold right here. I would have seen this, and then we talked about getting involved with the short side, looking for 36 and 33.5. Obviously had a nice push down. So we'll see what we do here. We'll see if we can hold this, have a close, remain above 32.5, and if the bulls want to take it up. All right, I stayed a little bit long on that one. Forgive me. I'll be back. I got some lunch warming up. Be back in 4 minutes. All right, got a little lunch. Back in action. Got a minute to go. Minute to go. No, 40 seconds to go until we'll pull the screen back up. Let me just get rid of myself for a second there. You don't want to see me eating lunch. You don't want to see me eating a burrito. That ain't cool. You don't want to hear me eating a burrito either. So we'll mute that. All right. Coming back on. Here we go. All right. 32.5 did not hold. So, could be too little, too late. Interesting. It's an interesting bar here. Bulls weren't expecting that. Bulls were looking to buy this thing up at maybe 32.5. Haven't gotten that. So this bounce was the fake out. Couldn't even get it up to saying how the bulls would want to get up to like 42.5, 43. Couldn't do that. We'll see now if this area might hold. This bar's almost done. Let's see how it ends. And we'll click out of here. All right, there we go. All right, another minute or so. We'll put the chart back up, assess what's going on. Another 30 seconds here. All right, let's pull it up. Let me get rid of this one, the good questions one. We'll pull up our chart. Here we go. Okay, so bulls just can't seem to bounce it just yet. Initially in the day, I thought this 30 level, like somewhere down in this cluster, could find support, could have buyers there, but we're almost 3 hours in the day, and buyers nowhere to be seen just yet. The bears got it for now, but we'll see if this area holds. we go. I'm gonna mute myself and just finish up. Just finishing up a little lunch here. We're 2 minutes into this 5-minute bar, wherever it is. We'll check it here in another minute and a half or so. Watch where it closes. Hopefully that doesn't tag that open. All right. 20 seconds to go until the big reveal. Pardon me, let me put this on mute. Hey man, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
Cool.
Doing good. Just stepped out for a brief moment to run the gas station, get a little drink, and then fixing to hop back in, do a little bit more work.
Gotcha. You done for the day, or you doing any trading later, or kind of that's it?
Yeah, I'm done trading for the day. Now I'm just planning some content stuff and YouTube videos and stuff.
Nice. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I won't keep you because I know you got a lot of stuff going. So my thing, I don't even think you can call it an indicator because it's beyond simple. But have you heard of Al Brooks? Do you know that guy?
Brooks, yeah, it sounds familiar.
Okay, so he's done stuff for like the last 35 years based on the 5-minute bar and all that. It's a big 5-minute bar guy. And I know a lot of guys follow him, and I trade a lot based on a 5-minute bar as well. And I thought, man, it might be kind of neat to do something where the bar, like the chart it's only showing, and you can set it. Maybe you want the last 30 seconds of each 5-minute bar to form. So it's almost like the chart would be frozen until that 5-minute bar has a minute to go, and then it could come online. It can kind of show you like where it's closing at. I don't know if places already have that, but I thought, oh, it might be like super easy to make. Are you following what I'm saying? Like,
Walk me through it again.
okay, so a lot of guys, if they're trading, they might say, yeah, I trade based on the 5-minute bar. And they're entering a trade not really based on where the 5-minute bar closes, right? I mean, there's been a lot of times every trader can relate to the fact that, well, I got in because it was doing this, but then the 5-minute bar or whatever bar, it closed here, and I was anticipating that it would close here. So kind of like as a way to slow guys down, it would be like you would see each 5-minute bar develop. So like right now, I don't know, there's probably 30 something 5-minute bars on the screen because we're deeper in the day. But you wouldn't see the 5-minute bar that's forming until there's like a minute left of it forming, or say 30 seconds left of it forming. And you could say, all right, I'm gonna watch this thing based on where it closes and make my trade based on that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it would be, that'd be tough to make. I don't know how that would play out as far as like an indicator, but it'd be very niched, you know what I mean? Because like a lot of people may not wait for that closure of the 5-minute, you know, they may hop in on like during the 5-minute on a key level.
Sure.
It'd be tough. I'm not really sure how that would play out, to be honest.
Okay.
How that would even be made, because that's like I feel like that's not a plugin. That'd be something broker related.
Okay.
On the broker side, you know what I mean? So it's like because at that point you're delaying a candle showing on chart, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure that could be coded on an indicator, but more so a setting on a broker side. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Gotcha. Would you know like the place that you did your indicator through? Is it through TradingView?
So the people that I partnered with, they're called Lux Algo.
Okay.
And yeah, so they
Which they have.
reached out to me.
Okay.
They reached out to me for a partnership and wanted to create an indicator around my strategy that I basically built a brand around. And so they coded that to get and put it through Lux Algo, their company, which if you have TradingView, then you can use, you have to get it through TradingView, right?
Yeah.
So it's through them, not TradingView.
Okay.
It's just integrated with TradingView. So
Yeah.
it'd be something you have to you have to ask them. I'm not really sure how that would play out.
Okay. All right then. No, that's helpful. I appreciate you.
It's a little bit out of my element because like I'm not like an indicator coder tech guy. So
Yeah.
because like they handled everything for me.
Uh-huh.
Right? They were just like hey, what do you want? And like I just gave them the foundations and like basically the formula of what I wanted, and they coded it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I'm not really 100% sure on how that would play out, but I mean it's something that you could you could ask them, and you could just give them my name, just say, hey, Joey sent me to you, and you could ask them about it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. I'll try to get a hold of them. Yeah. If you like Google search them, would they pop up, or are they kind of hard to find?
So yeah, they're pretty easy to find. I'll just search in Lux Algo.
Okay. Yeah, because I've used their stuff and like seen it on TradingView. I know there's a few like Lux Algo stuff. Is it the same company?
Yeah, Lux Algo.
Okay. All right, man. That's cool.
You'll want to try to find. I don't know if you want to ask them and get a hold of Greg.
Greg. Okay. All right, cool. I'll reach out and see what they say. Hey, man, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no worries, man. How you been doing?
Been good. I just committed this week to starting my live stream again. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah, I'm on and I've committed to not placing any trade for the week, just watching and observing. So, yeah, it's going to be a game of, like discipline and restraint and just observation. So, yeah, it's,
Trading is one thing I learned, man. Trading is one thing, but doing it live is a completely different thing.
isn't it? It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it's like you have more people, you have people watching you, and so it's like you're battling the pressure of being wrong in front of a lot of people and then judging you for it. So it's like there's just pressure, more pressure involved. It's like trading already has enough pressure as it
Oh,
is, right?
yeah.
And so it's like you're adding more onto that with live viewers watching you. And then it's also like you're talking through your trade and you're explaining your trade to these people, and then you get caught up talking, and it's like then your focus shifts from being a good trader to explaining trading. And it's like there's so many levels to streaming and trading, and it's like it's difficult. It's not easy.
Yeah, your hat really goes off to the people that do it, whether they do it well or not, because you realize, like, hey, this person, like, they're sticking their neck out there, they're trying, good for them. But yeah, you're right. It really is a different ball game to do it live. So yeah, I can relate. So hence the just watching and observing for the first week, and maybe it'll even be a second week where we say, hey, we're just going to watch and observe. We're going to be as objective as we can be, and let the market show us what it wants to do. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually. I mean, I did the YouTube live stream for a while, but I'm actually getting ready to start live streaming in my Discord
Oh,
on November 1st, where I'll just trade with my Discord people.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, man. Well, dude, I'm glad it's going well for you, Joey. That's cool. It's real good.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
let's,
dude.
Let's go have lunch soon.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm pretty flexible. Just got a pretty sweet office downtown. You'll have to come and check it out.
Oh yeah, dude, that's super jealous because my wife and I we went and looked at office spaces here in Nixa. We're trying to find a good one because she has a lip filler business that she runs on the
Oh,
side.
okay. Uh-huh.
And she does well organically, like people word of mouth, people talking about her, and she did really well. And so it's like we're trying to find an office that's big enough for she has her own space, and then I have my own space, and we did find one that comes open actually in November that we might actually get. So
Oh,
trying
nice.
to find an office as well.
It's helpful. I tell you, like, it's not, and it's hard because like I have everything I need at home. It's super convenient, but
Yeah.
man, this office, it's like a half mile from where I live, and it's kind of nice to even like walk through the door, know that like there's not gonna be the AT&T guy, the dog's not gonna be barking, there's not this, like I'm here, kind of put my trading hat on, and that's all I can do. But it's kind of fun too because there's other people in the building. My buddies own it; they just got it like a month ago, and so there's other guys in here where if I need to be super focused and intent, I can. But if I need to just get away and interact with people, which I enjoy people, I can do that for a little bit too. So it's been fun.
Yeah, 100%. And also just the element of getting out of the house too.
Oh,
Right, it
I know.
makes you-
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me.
Yeah, it is. Well, cool, man. Let me know if you guys end up landing somewhere there in Nixa for an office.
All right, bro. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, man. Have a good rest of your day. Good chatting with you. Thanks for your time.
All right, you got it.
All right. Bye-bye. Let's see. Video. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you should be able to hear me. All right. Holding that 30 area. Holding 32.5 now. Pushing up. Holding 25. So maybe a little bit deeper sweep than what would have been thought originally. Bulls are stepping in again. Bulls need to get it above this 44. We'll see what they end up doing. Shut her down there. Let's do a check-in. It's been a little while since we've checked in. All right, so today, if you're not familiar, I trade primarily based on the 5-minute bar. Today, just as an act of discipline, for the first time, and since having this idea like 18 months ago, I've committed myself to saying I'm just gonna watch the last minute of each 5-minute bar close. We're gonna ask ourselves today, what's the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? Are you calm and relaxed and easy? That's important to assess yourself. Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved? If so, like yes or no, and how would you rate it? Is it an A rating, like, hey, this is a great setup, I've been thinking about this trade for a while, I want to get involved? Is it a B or a C? If it's a C, maybe you step away, don't do it, or maybe you're in like super small size. Can you identify a stop within an area? Yes or no? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? And then lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? A lot of time at the end of the day, I'll assess and say, how do I feel at market close? If I've watched all the way to market close. I usually don't watch the full day. Some days there's just a lot going on and I do. But I'll ask myself, how do I feel? It's one thing to start strong. It's one thing to start and feel great 15 minutes before market open. I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna stay disciplined, I'm gonna get after it, I'm gonna do all the things I know I need to do. But there can be some creep that sets in, right? You can kind of creep and go down a slippery slope of not being self-aware, not being calm, not being at peace, rushing, forcing things. So a good question to ask is, how do I feel at the end of the day? Have I moved closer to the type of trader I'm desiring to be? Let's look here. We'll pull up our other good questions. Another one to ask would be, are you acting in your own best interest right now? Are you following your process well? So are you overly concerned about process, or are you overly concerned about outcome? If you're overly concerned about process, outcome will follow. Lastly, are you moving closer toward the type of trader you aspire to be? So whether you're a beginner, whether you're 3 days into trading, or whether you're 3 decades in, even the seasoned veteran, the person who trades full time, more than likely, if they're a good trader, they're probably more interested in just growing to grow, becoming better just to become better, because it's satisfying and it's challenging as an individual. So that trader may ask themselves the last question, are you moving closer toward the type of trader you want to be? All right, we got another 40 seconds here until I'll pull up the chart again. We'll look at it, assess the 5-minute price action, see what's going on, see if bulls can get this thing above, call it 43, and we'll assess from there. So watch that, and I'm gonna go grab something to drink here in a second. I'll be back shortly. Let's see. All right, there's that 43, 44 level. Buyers bought that thing up right away. So I talked about 30, or this area being in a potential support earlier in the day. It in fact has been. They're pushing up now, and we'll see how high they can take it. Had some pretty commanding bars here. So we've got 1, 2, 3 bars that are pretty solid, pretty strong. So want to see how they act here, excuse me, at this level. It's nice. It's a nice price action. All right, gonna shut this one down. Go back to our still screen here. Let's see. Why is that? Oh, okay, there we go. All right, I'll be back shortly. I'll hang around for one more. I'll take a little break. Okay, let's pull up a 5 minute. There we are. Trying to get the close above that 44 level. Bulls want to take it back up. They had a pretty nice run here, so buyers definitely stepped in at this level, pushed us up quite a bit, and we'll see. We'll see if they want to fill in some of this. This is a pretty big, looks like, I don't know, just a pretty big push up. There was probably definitely some initiative buying down here. So not only was there short covering based on this cluster here in this kind of area where business had been done, but so the guys who were short, they sold, and they were buying down here, but surely you had some new buyers step in, some initiators of buying who prior to this were flat, who were looking for this area to buy price up, to buy it up. So we'll see what they do here. Okay, got another 30 seconds. Let's open it up, see what we got. All right, slight pullback here to what was support earlier in the day. And we'll see if the bulls can run it up. So we talked about 43.5, 44. I would think bulls would be looking for 49.5 now, up to 50. We'll see how they might react at that area. Got another 20 seconds to go on this bar. So I thought they might pull this one back to 32.5. They certainly did, and then some, about 10 points lower. Bulls stepped in here and have pushed it up quite a bit. So what do we know so far? We know that we spent a lot of time in here. We came down, and then bulls have just totally erased that. So we'll see if they can sustain this or if they bring it back down to this area somewhere. All right, we'll shut her down there. Sorry, I had that little question thing up there. All right, almost noon. Got another 10 minutes before noon. Market's been open for what, 3 hours, 20 minutes? Oops. There we go. All right, this 5-minute bar is almost halfway completed. I'll be back and I'm gonna grab my water. Oh, there it is. Over here. So, anyone who's watching, thanks for bearing with me. This is a hard discipline for me to take part in as well. I will say that it's my first week back. So we're treading lightly, going nice and easy. Focus on best practices, focus on growing, doing hard things, building up resilience, stamina, discipline, self-control, all the good things. Okay, another 45 seconds. I'll pull up the chart again. We'll take a look at it, see what's cracking, see where we're at. questions? Watch this last minute of the 5-minute bar. All right. This bar's got 40 seconds left until it closes. Not much to say here. We talked about 49 and a half being some resistance, so looks like anyone who bought down here, they're definitely taking some off here. All right, so that bar's closed. We'll come back here in another 4 minutes. There we go, not too bad. Here's our little illusion. So I mentioned this one earlier. We'll talk about this spiral. So sometimes we look at the market and we're seeing something that just may not be there. It's good to be mindful. It's good to be present and be aware of what you're seeing, what you're looking at. So this one here, for example, there's no spirals to it. It just looks like a spiral. Maybe it would help if let me see. Let me remove that. So there we go. So this appears to be a spiral, but it's not. These circles are concentric, meaning they're full rings. They touch, they don't go in like this. So this is just a good reminder to me to not get too big of a bias, to trade based on what I'm seeing, and to know that even what I'm seeing sometimes may not in fact be reality, right? Here's my other piece of illusion art. I like looking at this one when this is on the big screen. If it's a larger screen, this thing appears to be moving, but it's not. So just another good reminder. You want to try to be as objective as possible. See what the market is showing you and make decisions based on that. All right, gonna be checking in here. Checking in shortly. All right, let's do it. Let's hop on here. Oops, I jumped the gun. Shame on me. Got another minute to go, another 50 seconds to go until we pull up that 5-minute bar chart. Jumped the gun there. Got a little antsy. First time it's ever happened. First time I ever jumped the gun. Okay, now let's pull it up. We'll see where this one's about to close now. Any different? No, not too different than a minute ago. So here we are. Just hanging out. Not doing too much. So this morning started out pretty slow. Didn't really know what to think of any of this. This was a nice bar here. Pushed us lower. That was the fake out bar. So it's good to realize when you see a fake out. There's a guy, he's quoted as saying, trading is like shooting fish in a barrel, except sometimes you're the fish. Great saying, I like that one. Maybe I'll pull that up. I'm gonna pull this up, but I'm just gonna erase the current bar. Okay, so we can't see what's going on now. Maybe we'll do that. So, yeah, for me, the way I trade, not a lot to do right in here. It looked like this was gonna be the low. It looked like that was gonna hold, like they filled the gap, pushed it up. I have a nice, relatively speaking, a little bit larger bar here. So bulls got in and got excited. Me personally, I probably wouldn't have shorted here. Like I said, I like more of this bar because it faked everyone out, right? It kind of hung out here, did a whole bunch of nothing, pushed up, but then came right back to it. It's a nice push lower. And here we are, right back in that area. So let's see. All right, looks like got to pull up our chart again, so let's do that. here, see what's going on. All right, let's see if ES can push a little higher here. Looks like it in fact will. See if bulls can power up to 50. All right, we'll close it out there. All right, got a minute to go here. I'll be pulling up the chart here in a minute. Getting closer, 30 seconds to go. Let's see what happens. All right, let's get into it. Here we go. So back up into the meat of where we were this morning. First target looked like 47. Bulls want that close above 50. They did push up pretty high here. Got up to this bar. Let's see what they do here. I don't have much to say right here, right now with this bar. I think that's helpful too. You know, every bar doesn't deserve a comment. Every bar doesn't deserve attention. Some deserve a lot more attention than others. It's good to be mindful of that. It's good to not try to like read in too much to what's happening, what's going on, what's it doing. So each bar has its own separate, unique treatment. All right, pull it out. Shut her down. Let's go to, oh, maybe I can talk about some other stuff. Let's see, I really don't have too much more planned for right now. Gonna make some notes. All right, got 50 seconds left. All right, big drum roll. Let's pull it up. Let's take a look. Okay. We got 45 seconds left until this bar is done forming. Remember early in the day we couldn't really get a close above 55. We'll see now if the question remains, do we hang out here for a while, then get strength and try to push up and the day in the upper 60s, maybe 68.5 to 70. Do we hang out here for a bit and push back down? What do we do? I don't know. Anyone's guess at this point. Anyone's guess. This bar is just about done. So I'm going to exit out of it. All right, we'll say goodbye. Really not much to say or do right here at this point. All right, we'll be pulling up the chart soon. What are we, almost 4 hours into this guy. Gotta tell you, I've done pretty good. This up here, my little message, it's been hard to stick to. All right, here we go. Push down, holding 44. See if the bulls want to take it higher. See if the bulls can try to pop the top, break out a bit, try to explore, discover up into mid 50s to high 50s. Me personally, I don't have too strong a conviction one way or the other. Kind of like what I was saying on this candle. I mean, we could hang out here for a while, could firm up at some point and then try to push higher. Could fail and try to retest, come down at least to 40. So I don't know, at this point it's just for me it's just flip a coin. Okay, we'll see how it closes. Shut her down. There we go. That's that. Get some water here. I'll be back in a minute. This is crazy stuff. This is nuts, man. All right, 30 seconds left. We will check out price, see what it's doing. We'll get to that 5-minute bar. Here we go. It's gonna be crazy. Buckle up. It's gonna be nuts. Let's see it. Here we go. All right. So push down here. Again, not a lot of conviction for me one way or the other. I'm always suspect when we put a wick in and then start to eat back into the wick. Kind of like here, right? Put in this wick and then it's just coming down, not holding its ground. So I wouldn't be doing anything here. Just watching. So not much to comment on here, to tell you the truth. Pretty slow, pretty chill. Another 10 seconds on this bar. We'll see where it closes. Might get a better idea for a trade that could set up, but it's not right now. So we'll see what happens. We'll let that close. Boom. There we go. Shut that one off. All right. Let's see here. So I'm 4 hours in. I got another 2.5 to go. It's pretty boring, pretty rough. What can we do? What can we do? Go to the check-in again. This is never a bad idea to commit to that. To ask ourselves, what is the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? How you feeling? You calm and easy? You at peace? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one just present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved, and how would you rate that idea? Can you identify a stop within a tight area? Yes or no? Are you feeling you have to do something, or are you at peace waiting? Lastly, do you feel compulsion to place a trade? These will hopefully help you remain mindful and aware of yourself as you're watching price action during the day. There we go. We still have a little bit here until we're going to pull up the screen. What's up, dude? Let's see here. Questions. Let's take that guy down. All right, still got a little bit to go. Gonna wait on that 5 minute. Oh, let's go back to charts. We'll get this ready for the charts. Assess where we're going. And I might take a quick picture of something real quick. All right, we'll pull the chart up here in a second. All right, let's pull it up. See where we're at. All right, about 50 seconds left to go on this bar. Looks like 45 is holding to some degree, this 44 level. But again, not too excited about it. Maybe we do have a little bit of fill in back here with some of this. Maybe not. Could be that the bulls hold here and try to push up higher. So that's what's going on. Got another 20 seconds to go on this bar. Let's see what transpires here. That's it. A little slow, a little boring, but that's all right. All right, we'll close it out. Here we go. All right, gonna pull up the chart, and here we are. So a minute to go on this bar. Again, not too much cracking right here. could be just hanging out. I don't have much commentary on it either. What do we know so far? Not much has changed. We got this 55 acting as resistance. Bulls can't get it above there. Bears have shown up there this morning. Obviously, bulls showed up down here and have pushed it up, but we're right back into where we, just found value this morning. We were here for, excuse me, first 2 hours of the trading day. So there was a lot of value found in this area. Push down, and we're right back into it. So could be we stay in here. Could be we come down a little bit lower or push up higher. Not sure.
See this, I could convince myself of taking this setup. I know I shouldn't, and I'm not going to, and I'm going to shut her down for the day. That discount code is for each month. Yes, it is. Thank you, John. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna end it here. Call it a day. Again, we gotta give props where it's due. Special thank you to Patrick Whelan. He came through. He settled up and then some. I gotta give him props, man. I do really appreciate the dono, and insane dono of $5,000. It's crazy. We're gonna have a lot of duck races, guys. We're gonna have a lot of duck races. I'm gonna keep that money literally in my PayPal, and we're gonna withdraw out of that. We're gonna give it back to you guys. Maybe not like all of it, but a large sum of it. That's okay with you guys. So, all right, guys. I do appreciate it. Thank you. We'll be back tomorrow. Take care, and God bless.
All right, we'll pull up another chart here, or pull up our 5 minute. Here in 20 seconds, we're watching the last minute of the close. Let's do it. Here we go. Holding so far. Holding. Let's see if what do we know? We know that they rejected 50 once, twice. This bar looking pretty strong here. So bull's expecting a push up. Bulls would be surprised if he slam it back down. But this bar really can't get it done either. So again, we're just right back in that range. Close this out. Go back to what we committed to. And that is simply just watching the close of every 5-minute bar. It's been a long day. It's been pretty uneventful, pretty unexciting. However, haven't there been days when you've traded or attempted to trade and it's been way too much as far as on your nerves and your emotions? There's times when trading can be very boring. There's times when it can be very exhilarating. So today is obviously for me extremely boring. It's hard to just sit here and do a bunch of nothing, but it's helping create some good discipline within me. And so we're going to stay on that track and not look for the thrill, but look for good discipline, good setups, good strategy. We'll let the market show us what it wants to do. All right. Well, fourth day in now. We're going to build up a little community here. It's going to take a little while, but it's going to be fun and it'll be good to do. And boy, for the longest time, I've just gone back and forth about should I stream or shouldn't I? And it's hard. I was just talking to a buddy who said he trades. He's like, man, I tried streaming and it's difficult. I said, man, it is. So hats off to anyone who streams out there. Whether your content's great or whether it's garbage. There's a lot of garbage out there. But whatever it is, whatever you're putting out, if you stream live trading, my hat is off to you. I have respect for you. So you can respect someone and not agree with them or even their methods. And I respect the people who do it live. It's a lot easier said than done. Alrighty, here we're halfway through this 5-minute bar. We will check the screens here in a minute and a half, see what it wants to do. Sorry, I'm talking and I'm out of the camera. This camera, it's interesting. Need to recenter it or something. Another 45 seconds to go. So earlier in the day I was much more chatty, had a lot more to share. Today, or pardon me, right now, we're 4 hours and 15 minutes into this little experiment, this little discipline I've wanted to do for quite a while. So it's a little bit more boring just sitting here, but that's okay. All right, drum roll. Let's pull up this chart, baby. Let's see what's going on. There we go. So holding that level there, 45. Let's see if they can push this thing up, take out the highs of the day. It looks like what they're shooting for here. Let's see. Earlier talked about potential highs of the day being between, well, we talked about the range being between 70 and 30. So far, price has absolutely done that. It's come down. Actually, kind of a nice V bottom though. So V bottom, kind of hanging out here, and let's see if the bulls can run this up, take out the highs, and get something going. Let's see here. Spent a lot of time. We spent 40 minutes kind of hanging out up here. I'm gonna close it down. I'll go back to dark mode. Go back to dark mode. And
At Consumer Cellular, we pride ourselves.
I don't want that. Consumer cellular. Pardon me, I'll be right back. All right, another minute and a half or so to go until we'll pull up the chart again. All right, big rejection again. Let's look. So obviously earlier in the day, rejected here, Bulls can't get it up to 55. So rejected at 55, rejected again at 50. It's spent quite a while in this value area here. Yeah, at this point it seems like we could push a bit lower here. Like Bulls, pardon me, Bears could keep it below 50.5. However, we're still just in this value area, but I would personally think that, well, I don't know, I don't want to make too much from this. Trying to hold that level there, so it's really in the lower part of it. If I was short, I'd probably have my stop at 50.5, and I'd just be looking for like call it 37. Yeah, so I think we get down to 37.5, 36 maybe. Stop would be at 50.5. But again, I don't have strong, like, huge conviction about that, just because we made this V bottom. We're hanging out here in value, so not much to get excited about here, really. This was a good little fake out, though. Bulls try to push it up. Bears just brought it right back down. But again, we're right in the middle, so that's that. Oh, let's do a check-in. Let's check in. I like to do this periodically. From time to time, I'll ask myself, what is the market currently doing? Is there something I expect it to do? Am I calm and at ease? Am I at peace? Am I relaxed? Am I searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do I have an idea about getting involved, and how would I rate that idea? Can I identify a stop within a tight area? Am I feeling I have to do something, or am I at peace waiting? Lastly, do I feel compulsion to place a trade? This might be another thing. I'm gonna edit this thing. Let me edit my check-in. All right, let's pull up the chart. Watch the last minute of this one close. All right, there we go. So, oops, is that? Yeah, it's active. Is it moving? Is it moving? Let's see. Is it? Okay, there is life to it. It is moving. So we're watching the last minute here. It's come back down. So at this point, trying to hold that 46, 45 level. Be interesting to see if it can get above. Not much life to it right now. So your risk reward would be about 1.5 to 1. Stop would be 50 half for a short. Be looking for 37 to 36 area. I'd want to see what goes on here though. Just my thoughts, just my 2 cents. Oh gosh, I didn't. Gosh, I'm sorry. Let me pull my chart up here. Pardon me. Alright. This is what I was talking about. So, trying to hold this level, trying to find value here. If you'd want to be short, I feel like you'd be wrong above 50 half. Target could be down to like 37. But again, we have this V bottom. We've come up here and just haven't done much. So, I don't know about that one. Not a lot of conviction there. I want to take trades that I have very strong conviction on. All right, another minute to go here. Thirty seconds to go. Pull up the chart here in a second. Let me escape out of that. Alright, let's pull up the chart. Let's see what we got. There we go. Pushing a bit lower now. See if we can fill in some of this stuff down here, or if the bulls hold it. I'm sorry, yeah, if the bulls hold it. Searching for 37, 36. We'll see if they can get down to there, take that out. Again, nice little fake out. We had that this morning. Fake out here. Same thing. Fake out here. And potentially just a sell off. Sell off at least to this node, I would think. Somewhere in that node. That's why 37 could be a good first target. 36 half, 36. All right, that bar is done. There we are. Let me. Oh yeah, I'm gonna redo this. Just making some notes here. Buy it in my time. Get a new image. All right, just kind of revise that check-in. Let's see if we can. I don't know if I can. That's all I got. Let's see. Maybe I can adjust that guy. Let's see. Check-in. Need to make that a little thinner. All right, we'll adjust that. We'll get back to that in a second here. Let's pull up charts, and here we go. So got down to 37 3/4 there. That was it. I thought we'd get at least to 37. We did not. want to see if the bulls can capture this value, right? We've spent a lot of time above, right where we're at now, really, above this 44 area. A lot of time below, call it 52.5. A little bit of a V bottom here. If you did get short around 47 or 46, it might be prudent to have a stop, probably right around this 47 quarter area. That's that. This bar's almost done. Got another 3 seconds to go. Nice little tail here, kind of like this one. So we'll see if they want to push it up or if they can push a little further lower first. All right, let me get back to my check in here. All right, I need a new picture, I think. I need to revise that picture. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make another one here. Let's try. Let's see, this one might fit a little bit better. There we go. Oh, let me get back to my chart. Sorry, I got a little busy there. All right, got this bar's got 35 seconds to go. Oh, not much going on. Little bounce there, that 37 3/4, hanging out here. Same deal, not too much to get excited about. We'll see if bears can squash the dreams of the bulls and keep this below 48.5, or if they push up. All right, so a little revision there. You could ask yourself for the check-in, what is the market currently doing? Is there something you expect it to do? How in sync are you with price action today? How in sync am I with price action today? That's good to ask, good to be mindful of. Are you calm and easy? Are you searching for a trade versus letting one present itself? Do you have an idea about getting involved, and how would you rate that idea? Can you identify a stop within a tight area? Do you feel you have to be active, or are you at peace waiting? Do you feel compulsion to place a trade, yes or no? And then lastly, here's the important one. Rate your day 1 to 10 regarding how at peace you are at 3 p.m. or whenever you choose to wrap up for the day. Another minute to go here, and we'll check in on the chart. All right, let's check in. Okay. This bar's got a minute to go. Bulls really needed above this 50 level to show that they're around. I'd say they wanted about 50 to show that they are here, that they are moving price. Seems like the correct play on this one was noting this value, like I'd mentioned, noting that we were here. Swift push down and rejection, being brought right back up into value. All right, gotta remove this dude. All right, another half minute to go. All right, let's check in. All right, what are we seeing? What do we know so far? Same as last time, pretty much. Holding this 40 level. Buyers finding support there, and see if they can get it up past this 52.5. That's been their nemesis most of the day. See if they want to close strong, or if we just remain here in this value range. Don't have too strong conviction one way or the other. This bar's almost done. Bulls want to close above 50. They can't get it yet. Still getting rejected at that 50 area. All right. This 5-minute bar should be 2.5 minutes in. Got another minute and a half until I check in on it. See what's cracking. See what's crack-a-lacking. About to get rocked. Let's see. See what's up. All right, gonna pull up that chart. Let's check it out. See what the word is. See what the market's showing us. Not much. Same as last time. Holding this area. Doing this thing here. Not too much to get excited about here. Market's still banging its head against this 50 half level and then 52 half. It's not a whole lot going on there. And that's about it, really. I don't have much more to say. Bears or Bulls desperately want to close above this 50 half. It's just rejected here all day. I'd be interested to see if they come down here, if it looks weak, or if they buy them up, what they do. I'll be back. All right. I'll be back. What's up, man? How you doing?
You good? You recording?
Yeah.
I didn't want to disturb you.
Oh, no, that's cool. No, that sounds good.
I didn't see the sound setup. That's pretty awesome.
It's sweet. Yeah, at home, I've got like, well, I had it set up to where it was kind of muffling the sound, so I think the sound's coming in pretty
I was
good.
gonna say, can you tell if that's it?
I don't know. I'm sure it helps a little bit. It gets a little bit louder just when the vents kick on and stuff, you know. But yeah, for the most part, it's coming out good.
I used to watch those.
Yeah,
I swear.
oh, really?
If I still have them, it's possibly great.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
I think there's like 100 of them. I think you can.
I'm gonna look over
Cool
this
this
weekend.
weekend.
All right, I'll just see you, brother. Yeah. All right, I'm back. I know this is exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. All right, another 30 seconds to go. Here we go. We're going to pull up the chart, take a look. Coming into the last hour and a half of the day. Yes, trying to hold there. So 50 half has been its nemesis. For the bulls, that is higher low, potentially higher low. So the question is this value? Does it hang here for the rest of the day? Does it try to probe a little bit lower? What's it doing? What's it want to do? Maybe it does nothing. I'm not sure. I'll be back. All right, gonna open the screen up, open the chart up in 10 seconds here. Buckle your seatbelts. It's gonna be nuts. Let's open it. Here we go. So just stalling out here. Again, back in value in this value area below 52.5, above call it 43. Bulls definitely disappointed with this, right? This was their savior. This was the Bulls' savior this wick. Bulls are thinking, yeah, we're going to get it done. We're going to push up here. It's going to be awesome. And then just right back down. So again, could this be the place where where the Bears step in? Do the Bears keep it below this 49, try to eat in this wick, and then see lower than here? Maybe see down now to 34.5, 34? Or do Bears do that, or do Bulls hold on to it, keep it stronger? Don't know. I'll be back. All right, I'm gonna cut off my camera and my mic. All right, we're checking back in. A little late on that last check-in. We can see some failure here in the market. Again, we want to see if 40 is going to hold or not. At this point, like I've been talking about, there's a lot of value that's been found up above. Call it 44.5. Right now, bears are trying to probe a bit lower. So, like I said here with this bar was supposed to be the one to get it done for the bulls. They were obviously disappointed with this pullback, and still haven't had a significant close above, call it like 49.5 up to 50. So they're gonna fight here and try to see what's going on, but they really, to get anything going, I think they'd need a close up above like 47.5. So again, kind of a slow day with just a lot of back and forth. A lot of value has been found in this area. So until it breaks out, and it may not break out today, it may be that tomorrow it breaks out to one side or the other, and the bottom area of this could be resistance if we find ourselves below here, and the top area of value could be some support if we find ourselves quite a bit above it. So just part of playing the waiting game here. I'll be back here in another 2 minutes, because we'll want to see how this bar closes. Oh, my buddy made me some like chili. It's kind of like vegetable soup. Really, he didn't put any beef in there.
Nice.
So yeah, it's pretty good. Good stuff. Sam, I'll have to get you like a proper desk in here
Oh no, dude.
or something.
Well, this is like
Proper bucket.
this
Get
is
you
perfect.
proper bucket.
That couldn't be more. This is everything I could ever want or need.
All right.
I am the least.
All right, let's check out this bar, see how it's forming. So we got another 50 seconds to go on this bar. Bulls for the moment, holding 40. Need to get it above 48.5 to kind of show that they're around. Not much to say here at this point in time. So we'll see what they want to do. Coming up on the last hour of trading here, another 15 minutes. We'll see how they close it out. But yeah, based on yesterday's sell-off, and then bulls stepping in the evening session, it's not surprising that we're just kind of digesting in this area. So earlier in the day, we talked about 30-ish, or at least this volume node being a potential support, and then 70s being potential resistance, or high 60s. Haven't gotten up to that area. Now we still have a little while to go, but we've been in the lower part of that range where I thought we could facilitate trade. Let's pull up our chart. Let's watch the last minute of this 5-minute bar. See what's going on. Yeah, blow this up a little bit. So not much follow through yet on this bar. Really not much to say there. And again, like we mentioned earlier, some bars, just because the way they're formed, the way they're shaped, they grab our attention. There's a lot to say. There's a lot to comment on based on what price is doing. Most of the time, it's just noise. So it's good to be mindful of what bars are important, what bars, you know, might you give some attention to, and then which bars are just something to discard. Really not give too much weight to as far as thought that you're putting into what could happen, what should happen, what might happen. So it never hurts to be selective and choosy. If you're not sure what's going on, it's usually best to just sit on the sidelines, stay out. And so even at this point, we're going to see what happens. Bears would hope for another rejection, probably at that 48.5 level if we get up there. Bulls, again, want to get it above, call it 50.5. But we've just been kind of grinding here for quite a while in this tight range. So let's see. I would think if on this bar, if they try to come up to 48.5 or even 50 and then come back down right around this level, probably 45, we could see a push lower. So we'll tune back in here in a second. Let's do a little check-in. We'll ask ourselves these questions. What is the market currently doing? And is there something I expect it to do? You'll want to ask yourself, how in sync are you with the market today? So some days you're really in sync, you're just feeling it. Not only do you have gut feel, but then the market is hopefully confirming those, hypotheses you're coming up with. You'll want to ask yourself, are you calm and easy? Like, are you relaxed? Or are you, searching for a trade, feeling like you have to be involved? The greatest quote I think that Mark Douglas says is, with trading, doing nothing will be like putting money in the bank. So there's a lot of times when, if you're not sure what's going on, it's fine to be flat. It's okay to not have a position on. It's actually a big part of it. Do you have an idea about getting involved, and how would you rate that idea? So you want to get long, you want to get short, and then how strong is your conviction, right? Is it an A, B, or a C? If you are looking to get involved, can you identify a tight stop within a certain area? Kind of wrapping up our questions. Do you feel you have to be active, or are you at peace waiting? Do I feel a compulsion to place a trade, yes or no? Then lastly, another good question to ask yourself is, it's one thing to start the day strong, right? It's one thing to start it, 15 minutes before the open, have all your ducks in a row, have your game plan ready, and then the market opens, you're placing trades, you got some FOMO creeping in, and by the time the day is done, maybe you've overtraded, maybe you've taken trades that you shouldn't have, maybe you've missed out on good setups. So you want to rate your day between a 1 and a 10 at 3 p.m. or at market close or whenever you wrap up. So how at peace are you at the end of the day? It's one thing to start off well, it's another thing to finish well. So hopefully that list will help you out regarding just navigating where you're at, regarding also trying to be mindful, trying to be aware of thinking about how you think. If there's one industry where it's easy to call up, down, and down, up, it can be trading, because we can inadvertently attach so much emotion to the price action, and what price is or isn't doing, or what we think it should be doing. We always want to come back to that question of, what is the market currently doing? Not what I think it's going to do, what is it doing? All right, we're going to check in on the chart here in 30 seconds. Let's get after it and see what's going on. And with each 5-minute bar too, I like to kind of try to reset. reset my mind, reset any hypothesis I may have formulated, and say, is it confirming what I was thinking? Is it not? And make a judgment, make a decision based on that. All right, so we'll see where this one ends for this last minute. That's interesting to me. So we got 40 seconds left to go. If we look at, kind of draw a line right here at this 46 level. We've tried to push above it on this bar and we can't. We haven't been able to do that. Let me snap a line here. There we go, 46. Kind of the halfway point between all this noise here. And again, market is kind of just coiling. You got some higher lows, got some lower highs. So, same as what I mentioned before, I don't have too strong conviction one way or the other. I would lean a little bit to the short side, probably a 60-40 as far as my conviction goes. If you want a short, I feel like you'd be wrong above 49. And you'd be looking for price to take out this low of 38. I think that's a pretty solid setup there. So you'd be risking at this point about 5 points, trying to make about 8. So it wouldn't be bad. right, let's pull up the chart. Let's see. All right, this bar's got a minute to go. And it almost feels like the chart's frozen because not much is going on at all. It's just been that kind of a day, that kind of an afternoon. Really, the trade came earlier where there was some good movement and volatility, and then we've just kind of snapped right back to really into no man's land here. We'll see how this one closes. Got 30 seconds to go on this 5-minute bar. I'll move that line, move that guy. All right, there you go. Got 1 more hour trade left. We'll see if bears can get it below that 42 level, or if the bulls want to hold it, try to get it up to 49. there we go. A little bit of action there. That's what we were talking about earlier. How below 48.5, 49. We'll see if we can go now. Hunt for 36s. I would think at this point it's going to take out this level. Probably try to get down to maybe, yeah, first target would be like 36, then 35. You could be looking for that. That's a nice bar right there. We'll see where this guy ends. So maybe in this one, you could short here, you'd be wrong above the top of it, and you'd be looking for a short, you know, just a quick scalp down to call it like 36.5, 35 maybe. Your risk would be about 1-to-1. So, yeah. It's fun to see some movement on a rather slow day. coming back on here. Let's see. Getting bought up there at 40. Good reversal. Great engulfing bar there. So if you were short, your stop would have been about your entry point there, around that 45 level, right about where we're at right now. So good little fake out there. All right, so bulls definitely try to get something cooking here. Had a big reversal. We talked about was our line that I had it line it right at 46, and they held below it, tried to push it lower, bears did, and then the bulls just brought it right back up, right above that 46 line. Obviously, a lot of stops were right here at 45. That's where the stops were placed, and so you can see we're just running up now back into this area that's been pretty much value during most of the day, above 44 and below like 52 to 52 half. All right, let's watch the last minute of this bar form. More of the same. Kind of seeing a ceiling here and a base down here. Got just another 40 minutes until the market close. It's 46 now, serving as some kind of support. And we'll see if the bulls want to push it into the close, or if they just settle back here somewhere in the 40s. Well, like we talked about earlier, we want to reinforce good habits. So that's what today has been, just an exercise in doing things that are hard, doing things that I've put off for quite a while. Want to be satisfied from building good habits and that alone. Knowing that if we build good habits and we follow our process well, the desired outcome that we're seeking, it will follow. But if you're focused only on outcome, it's like football players don't play a football game with their eyes watching glued to the scoreboard, right? They focus on the process. They focus on what they're doing, if they're executing properly. And it's so easy to trade and watch the markets where we're focused on our P&L, right? Because we're doing it to make money. And the allure of trading is, if I'm doing this, I want to not just be making money, I want to be making a lot of money. And so it's easy to get fixated on the outcome versus the process. So if we can love and enjoy and find, if we can find satisfaction in building a good process and in sticking to that, adhering to that, even when the outcome isn't what we desire, eventually, if we stick to that process, we will see our outcome change. We will get to what we're after. Well, let me shut this screen down now. We'll kind of see how this one closes. See if the bulls try to jam it up, squeeze shorts for the rest of the day, or if they just keep it here within this spot where we found value. To be determined. All right, we're back. We'll watch how this one closes. Really not much to say here on this one. We had some movement, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Now it's just kind of stalling out again. So not much to get excited about. Not much to say really. All right, coming into the last half hour of the day. Again, not much to be said. We'll see if Bulls can pop the top on this thing at 55, or if the bears are just going to keep them below it. Remember, it's important to realize you never want to over try. So there's some things where it's important to try really hard, maybe even over try, but trading isn't one of them. If you find yourself over trying, you need to step back, kind of take a 30,000 foot view, consider what you're doing, consider that your over trying could cost you a lot of unnecessary, not just actual capital, but emotional capital, mental capital. And you want to keep your bandwidth intact. You want to keep your powder dry. Be ready to make a move when one comes along. So rejected here at like 52.5 again. Watch this 46.5 area. Where was it? That little line we put in. Then I'll get out of here. I'll exit out of it. Yeah, 46 quarter. We'll put it there. I want to see if bulls can hold it above that area. Right now we're going to step aside, let that 5-minute bar do its thing, and we'll be back here shortly.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Let's get nuts. Let's do it. Let's watch that penny dry. Let's get it, man. It's been epic. Epic.
All right, we'll pull up the chart here in 25 seconds, see what's going on. Let's see. All right, minute to go on this bar. So far, yes, it's trying to push up there. A bit of rejection here on this bar. I want to see how this bar ends right here. 30 seconds to go. All right. All right, last minute of this bar. Looks like bears are keeping it within this range so far. It would seem likely that 56 is the ceiling. It would also seem likely that we could see 48s here. Bears would want this bar to close below, call it 52.5, 53. And yeah, it seems very likely that we at least get 48.5 on this bar. All right, 20 minutes to go till market close. Let's talk about what you're committed to as you watch the market. Good habits you want to reinforce. You might consider that. What are habits, what are actions you want to reinforce as you're watching the market? And again, like I mentioned earlier, I'll talk to my buddy who trades, and we've talked about days where you can trade too much, put on too much size, really feel convinced one way or the other, have a really strong bias and not be flexible. Maybe you're too rigid with your thinking, and you get to a point where you've just traded too much and you think at some point during the day, man, I'd give anything to get back to break even, right? Like that's the plea of an undisciplined trader. He's placing trades, he's in a horrible trade, he's down a lot of money, and he thinks, man, if this thing just comes back, I'm getting out, I'm going to be break even, I'm walking away, and I'm done for the day. Sometimes that happens, sometimes he gets lucky, other times he doesn't. And so me and my buddy will joke and say, you know, it's interesting how we can just so badly want to get back to break even. And you think a good way to be at break even is to just sit and watch and observe. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't place a trade when we have conviction. It doesn't mean that we should puss out and not make the right move when the setup is there. It means that if it's not there, even if we think it could be, or if we have most of our setup happening, but we have that one check, you know, that one thing that isn't happening that confirms our setup, then we just don't take it. Knowing that, we'll be at break even. And if there's nothing to do today, if there's nothing to do this hour, we keep our powder dry. There's always another opportunity. Sometimes that next opportunity is literally 5 minutes away. Other times it might be a day or multiple days away, but another opportunity will come. So when it's hard for you to sit and do nothing, when it's hard for you to just watch and observe, and you feel like I need to be doing something, think about it. Because most traders, the issue they have is that they chip away, they get a bunt, they get a base hit, maybe a double every now and then, right? Like they chip away, they're making good gains, and then all of a sudden there's a day or a few days where they just give it all back, whether it's a week's worth of work, whether it's a month's worth of work, maybe even more. And it's because they couldn't just sit on the sidelines. It's because they couldn't just take a loss. And so if there's something that you can't make sense of what the market's doing, it's okay to sit. It's okay to observe. There's nothing wrong with that, because your setup will eventually come. You just got to be patient, and you can't force it. There's times too when you think, okay, I'm ready. I want to be involved. I want to just sink my teeth into what the market's going to do. And then you might have a day that's really slow and there is nothing to do. And so you've got to be okay with not just committed to acting, but doing it in the time frame that the market allows. If you can view yourself as someone who acts on opportunity that the market offers you. So not all days are created equal. There's some days that have a ton of opportunity. There's other days that don't have much. It's important to know what day is what based on your trading style and strategy. All right, let's check out this 5-minute bar. There we go. Got down to our 48 as we had been hoping for, as we had been looking for. So, another thing to note, something I'll be doing is framing up some trades and maybe hanging them here in my office. And a trade that's worthy of being, oh, let me take this down. A trade, in my opinion, that's worthy of being hung up and framed and celebrated, it doesn't have to be catching the absolute bottom and selling the absolute top. It could be in the middle of all this, what some might view as garbage going on here, right? Like there's a lot of just noise and acceptance of value between this 52 area and 40 or even 42. And so, watching the 5-minute bar, there are times when, lo and behold, almost out of nowhere, you see something and you think, oh yeah, it's coming down. There's a pretty good likelihood that we would. So as we were trading here at 51.5, I thought there's a pretty good likelihood that we'll hit 48 or 48.5 before we would push up to 55. And sure enough, that's what happened. So that could be a trade that you could do where it wasn't a huge point mover, but maybe a high probability trade. So it doesn't have to always be catching the bottom and the top. It can be taking trades in the middle. All right, coming up on the last 15 minutes of the day. We'll see where we're going to close out. Let me put my little caption up here again. We'll go back to, let me hang this guy up. Good questions to ask. You might ask yourself, are you acting in your own best interest right now? Are you following your process well? And are you moving closer toward the type of trader you want to be? So my mentor, who's traded for over 2 decades, he still considers himself a student of the market. He realizes that you never really arrive. And I think that's a cool way to approach life, to know that celebrate where you've come from and how far you've come, but also be mindful of the fact that, hey, I can grow, I can get better, I can improve. Of course, I can celebrate my wins and celebrate disciplines and doing things right, but I want to have an attitude of continuing to improve, continuing to grow. So whether you're a trader that's 3 days in or 3 decades in, a good question to ask would be, are you moving closer toward the type of trader, toward the type of person that you aspire to be? And if those two are getting closer, right, your ideal self versus your actual self, then you're following the process well. You're on the right path. So we'll wait another 2 minutes and then we'll watch this last 5-minute bar close. Now there can be some volatility during the last 10 minutes of the day where orders are being closed out, positions are being closed out, orders are being put in. So we'll be mindful of that. Again, I'm not placing any trades, so I'm not too concerned about that, but I think got a max viewership of 5 at the same time today.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Getting up there.
That's alright. That's solid.
Gotta be approaching double digits. I think next week we'll probably hit double digits in the morning. Maybe 9.5. I don't know.
Are you funneling them into your community then at that point? Or
What's that?
Are you funneling them into your community?
No, I want to have a decent amount of viewership first, and then I'll kind of figure out stuff on Discord and all
I
that.
love it.
Yeah. So, all right, let's open up the chart here. See what's cracking. Go, a minute to go on this bar. See if there's any volatility during the close of this bar. Get down to 48. Yeah, that's a nice trade right there. Nice trade. Good rejection. Love it. So, kind of going on what I was talking about 5 minutes ago, there's a great quote where the gentleman talks about the market being like a big loaf of bread. And as a trader, it's just your job to take out some crumbs. And those crumbs could be a small fortune, it could be a large fortune. It's not your job to catch every single move. It's your job to just read what the price is doing and then act accordingly and to manage your risk well. As we talked about earlier today too, there's just almost an infinite number of ways to trade properly. There's only one way to trade poorly, and that's to simply not manage your risk. A big part of that would be not managing yourself, not knowing your patterns. So as we are practicing discipline, we want to not just be aware of patterns in the market, we want to be aware of what are my patterns, what are my tendencies, what am I prone to do, likely to do. When the market's really moving quickly, am I prone to just jump in and just get active because I feel I'm missing out? Or am I prone to wait, to sit back, to let things set up, to know that if I don't get involved right now, it's okay? I remember hearing an interview, and there was a seasoned trader, and it was just a huge down day. Like the market just sold off a ton. And the guy interviewing him just assumed this guy was super active, that he was shorting, making a buttload of money that day. And the trader said, actually, I didn't. There was a lot of movement, but I didn't make a single trade. I just couldn't find a good setup. I couldn't find a good spot for risk to reward. And I'll see what the market brings tomorrow. I think, man, not only is that discipline, but that is extreme confidence in himself and in his ability. Because the tendency is when there's movement, especially fast movement or large moves, we just feel a compulsion to get in, to get involved. And here this seasoned pro is saying, yeah, I sat and waited. I just couldn't find anything great. So I'll come back and do it again tomorrow and see what happens. That is, I think, something that you want to aim and strive for. That's a great mindset. That's an abundance mindset, truthfully. It's not a scarcity mindset. And with trading, it's really important to know which one you're leaning on more heavily. If you're not able to take losses, you're functioning from a scarcity mindset. If you are over trading, you're trading from a scarcity mindset. If you're jumping in quickly without any strong conviction and worried that the market's going to get away without you, you're functioning from a scarcity mindset versus one of abundance. If you're watching the charts all the time, you're focusing on a scarcity mindset. We need to understand that the market's here for us. We're not here for the market. So it's good to have parameters and boundaries set up where when you're done for the day, you're done, right? If you don't trade pre-market and news, then you don't trade pre-market or during news. You sit out, you wait, you let it set up, because those moves can be pretty erratic. At least not for the faint of heart. Okay, got 1 minute to go. We'll pull up that chart, and guys, we have one more bar to assess, and that'll be it. We'll have done one of the hard things. All one of us. Let's see. Yeah, good deal. All right, I'll be pulling this chart up here in 20 seconds. We'll assess it, see what's going on, and this will be our last one of the day. I guess we'll pull up the final bar at the close too and see where it ends. Here we go. Let's check it out. Let's see what's cracking. All right, minute to go on this bar. So just like earlier in the day, market struggling to get a close above that 55 level. Can't really get her done. and just a bit more of the same, just hanging out in this area that's been deemed as value for the day. Pretty tight range. Short of that little V reversal there, really tight range for the day. All right, got another 10 seconds left on this bar. Watch it close out. Okay. All right. Takeaways for the day. Well, it certainly was helpful to assess price action based on the close of the bar versus intra-bar. Had a good assessment regarding the lower end of the day, in the high 20s, mid 20s, that kind of being the lower range. Didn't push up near as high as I thought it would. No, I'm not watching it currently, so it could be, the last 4 minutes of the day here that we try to push up to mid to high 60s. It would seem unlikely though at this point. Yeah, had a good read on levels, and certainly was boring, but was beneficial. It's easy. It's important, for me on days where we're just in a really tight range like this. These are probably the best days for me to just watch the 5-minute bar close, because I look for momentum a lot of times. I look for a move to start and then kind of get involved with it. I don't like trading tops and bottoms too much. So a day like today, I can see what looks like momentum, and then actually it's just support. Or it looks like momentum to the upside, but it's actually just resistance. And price gets just pushed back down to where it was, or bought back up to where it was previously. So, it was a good exercise for me. It was a good day of doing something that was hard, something I've wanted to do for a while. And I'm sure in days and weeks to come, we'll have to do it again. All right, we'll go to the little jar we mentioned earlier. Here it is. Our jar full of wood pegs. They got, how many in it? 3 so far. This has been 3 days this week, but we're focusing on doing things that are hard. So we're gonna take this guy, where's that? Right here. Throw it in there. We did it. We did what was hard. It wasn't easy, but it was good. We're enjoying the process of remaining disciplined and being satisfied with building good habits, knowing that good outcomes will follow. All right, 1 more minute here. I'll assess price action, and then we'll wrap it up for the day. I'll be back tomorrow at, let's say 8:25. I think that's a good time. So I'll be around 5 minutes before market open, and we'll get into it. It's going to be another day of observing price action, simply watching what's going on, talking about what we're seeing, and assessing from there. All right, let's pull up the chart. All right, so the unlikely, improbable, in fact, did not happen. We did not push up into the 60s. We're here back in right around 50, 51. Looks like we'll be closing the day out here in this value area. So I'm gonna wrap it up from here. Here another 40 seconds as the market closes. And I'll be back tomorrow 5 minutes before the open. All right, there we go. I'll be back tomorrow.